All right, ladies and gentlemen, if I can invite you to take your seats. We hope to resume the program in about 1 minute. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, then allow me to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Annalisa P. Ocampo, Director of Quality Management at Our Lady of Fatima University in the Philippines. And she will be sharing some of the exciting things that are taking place in the Philippines with us now. Please.
Good morning, everyone. And first of all, I would like to say thank you very much to Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta and Miss Mandy Mok. Thank you, Sir Peter and Sir Simon, for inviting the Philippines through Our Lady of Fatima University, my institution, to be part of this international conference. I am Dr. Annalisa P. Ocampo. I'm currently the director for the Center for Quality Management and also at the same time the Center for Guidance Services in Our Lady of Fatima University. Okay, so I was tasked today to give you something about or strategies from the Philippines in relation to employability. But first, I hope you would allow me to share something about what are things that are nice to know about the Philippines. I hope you don't mind. Thank you. First, I know you know him. Most of you, if you are fond of boxing, then you must know him. He is, of course, Manny Pacquiao, the one of the greatest professional boxers of all time. Okay? And Philippines is also the home of four Miss Universe winners. The one that can see here, Miss Pia Worsbach, was the one who won in 2015, wherein there was a mistake announcing the Miss Universe winner. Do you still remember her? Yes. Okay. Yeah. And Philippines is composed of 7,100 islands if it is high tide. And if it's low tide, it is only 7,107. And this is a fact in the Philippines. I guess it's nice to know that you know these things. And the Philippines is the second largest archipelago in the world. And if you will be going to the Philippines, this is the best known fast food chain, Jollibee. That's why when I came in here yesterday, I was asking if there's a Jollibee here. Probably soon. But in the Philippines, every corner of the street, there's a Jollibee. Okay? And then, if you will be going to the Philippines, your experience will not be complete if you will not be able to ride this very famous and very Filipino transportation, mode of transportation, which is jeepney. Okay? And then, of course, this is our Philippine flag. And our Philippine flag shows whether the country is at peace or in war. You know how it is? Right now, what you're seeing right now, the blue one is on top, so meaning the Philippines is on peace. But if the red one is on top, it means that the Philippines is currently in war. Fortunately, we are still in blue. Okay? No, just the blue and the red. Okay. Next is, this is a must-see in the Philippines, Boracay. This was hailed as the 2012 best island in the world. Now, I'm also looking forward to visiting this again because it has been renovated, improved by our President Duterte. Okay, so out of the 10 largest shopping malls in the world, 3 comes from the Philippines, and these are all owned by Shumart or SM. And of course, our president is none other than Rodrigo Roa Duterte. I hope you know him. He seems to be very popular, especially in the Asian countries, because of how he disciplines Filipinos. And of course, lastly, I would like you to know that the Philippines Sea Games right now is the Philippines is the home of the 30th Southeast Asian Games. I hope you were able to watch the opening last Saturday, and I hope you enjoyed watching the opening of the Sea Games in the Philippines. Okay, so that's all for the Philippines. Of course, there's still a lot of things for you to know about the Philippines. I hope you can have the chance to visit. Who among you have visited the Philippines already? Okay, so a number. Thank you for visiting. At this point, allow me also to introduce the institution I am working with, Our Lady of Fatima University. Okay? It's actually located in the heart of Metro Manila, or the National Capital Region. And Our Lady of Fatima University has been in existence for 52 years already. Last 2017, we celebrated our 50th year, and we have actually 6 campuses. Okay? And as you can see in this mural, you can see the achievements that we have already acquired for the past 52 years. And we have been given a mark of excellence by recognized professional bodies and agencies, both locally and internationally. Who and what we are. We are a private, non-sectarian educational institution. We trace our roots from Our Lady of Fatima Hospital, which was established in 1967. So we have 6 campuses and 2 hospitals. We became a university in 2002, and then we were awarded, designated as a mature teaching university in 2008 by the CHED. CHED is the Commission on Higher Education, who oversees the educational system in the Philippines. And we are also ISO 9001 2015 certified. Okay? And Our Lady of Fatima University is also one of the very few autonomous HEIs. Out of the 2,353 Philippine higher education institutions, only 63, or 2.7%, are autonomous, and Our Lady of Fatima University is one of them. Just recently, we were awarded again with the autonomous status. Okay? And we are very proud of that. What do we offer in our school? We offer all levels of education. We have from the basic education to the basic education composed of the elementary and the high school. And then we also offer collegiate programs. We actually offer 36 programs, total of 21 for baccalaureate and 36 for the post. Okay, so we have 43 medium-rise buildings, and our population is 55,000, but that's already for the 6 campuses. In terms of our international programs, we have actually 106 international programs or partners in 28 countries. I just do not know whether, I'm sure we have partners from Indonesia also. Okay? So that's it from Our Lady of Fatima University. So let me now proceed to the assignment given to me by Ms. Mandy Mo. Let me now direct your attention to the topic, which is about, first, allow me to start with orienting you about the education in the Philippines. Okay. The Philippines is a dynamic and growing economy that has performed better than a number of peers in Southeast Asia on a number of economic and social indicators. The Philippines has a relatively young population, which is one of the key sources of future growth and competitiveness. The 12 years of compulsory education in the Philippines is divided into kindergarten, secondary, primary, secondary, which is composed of the junior and the senior high school, And of course, we have the tertiary, which is also divided, is either through the TESDA or the VOCTEC, and also for the baccalaureate degrees and the post-program degrees. Okay, and in terms of profile of the HEIs in the Philippines, we have a total of 522 for public schools, and private, we have a total of 1,831. Okay? So this means that education or college education greatly comes from the private HEIs. The Philippines has the highest number of college graduates among developing Asian countries. The role of education in economic development is widely acknowledged, increases the innovative capacity of an economy, and facilitates the diffusion, adoption, and adaptation of new ideas. More specifically, education increases the amount of human capital available, thereby increasing productivity and ultimately output. Education is especially important in a rapidly evolving economic environment where a rapid rate of job destruction and creation might otherwise lead to a gap between the skills demanded in the labor market and the skills of job seekers. Regulatory reforms are needed to ensure that the quality of education received at home is high enough to give domestic Filipino students access to education and even work abroad. The next slide will show you the current, this is very recent, the employment rate in the Philippines. Okay? The country's labor force continued to improve, recording increased employment and lower underemployment in July 2019. The July round of the labor force survey of the Philippine Statistics Authority, this is an official statistics or data being presented to you right now, that PSA showed the employment growth rate increased by 5.7% in July 2019 from 1.2% in July 2018. This translates to 2.3 million additional employment, almost 5 times the 479,000 employment generated in the same period last year. However, you would be able to see that there's a slight decrease in terms of the rate from July, from the first quarter, 94.87 to 94.64. While the Philippine economy has shown remarkable improvements in the labor market, again, the government should continue improve its efforts towards generating more productive and higher quality employment that provides adequate income for Filipino workers and their families. The next slide shows the unemployment rate in the Philippines, current. Unemployment and underemployment are the Philippines' most important and pressing problems and the key indicators of the weaknesses of the economy. Unemployment rate was steady at 5.4%, which remained to be the lowest employment rate recorded for all July rounds of the survey since 2009. What do we do to ensure that our graduates can penetrate the labor market? The government continues to encourage private sectors to increase employment opportunities for young people, supporting technical, vocational training, promoting apprenticeship, and on-the-job training programs among the youth. In the Philippines, there are 2 government agencies that are responsible for overseeing and resolving the issues on the employability of the graduates. These are the Commission on Higher Education and also the Department of Labor and Employment. Now, what are the best practices in ensuring employability? Through the private as well as public academic institutions, we have strategies that we would like to share with you, specifically from Our Lady of Fatima University, my institution, that somehow help in increasing employability of our graduates. I'm pretty sure all of us, all of the universities employ what we call as the internship program, okay? So one of the strategies which I know, like I've mentioned, is this internship program. These are positively perceived by employers because they provide opportunities for industry to contribute to training and the implicit curriculum as well, and provide informal probationary experience for prospective employees. It also gives students the opportunity to acquire a wide range of skills that enable them to compete successfully in the labor market. Internships are competitive, may be unpaid, and mean giving up precious free time, but I know it's absolutely worth it, okay? So depending on the programs, we require a number of hours for every student, for every program, to take internship program, and that's a requirement before graduation, okay? Another strategy that we employ, not only by our school, but also for the entire Philippines, is the integration of career education in the curriculum, okay? Now, as you can see, we have here the K-12. I have partly mentioned this a while ago. K stands for kinder, and 12 refers to the number of years for the basic education. Okay? 5 years ago, the Philippines was the only country in Southeast Asia which provided just 10 years of basic education. We didn't have grade 11 and 12 then. Okay? But when we implemented grades 11 and 12 in 2016, I'm sorry, but we just started implementing grade 11 and 12 in 2016, the country has joined its neighbors in adopting an education system which will provide more opportunities to students on a global scale. Continued reform in the education sector is essential, but with the K-12 program, this has put the country on the right track. When people heard news of the K-12 implementation in the country, it received mixed reactions. Filipinos were not yet ready prior to 2016. Okay? We were used to having basic education up to grade 10 only. Okay? When K-12 was implemented, suddenly there was a combination of backlashes and praise in the background, with the students left puzzled on whose voice to listen to. There are still challenges and standards of quality to consider, but the most important thing is that we were able to establish this development of the curriculum, and we are very positive that we would be able to really become more at par with the education of the world. The K-12 programs, which is our new curriculum in the basic education, promotes global competency by accelerating mutual recognition of Filipino graduates and professionals in other countries. Once a student finishes his grade 10 in the Philippines, he is required to choose, when he steps in grade 11, he is required to choose strands, as to what strands he will be enrolling. So for the Philippines, we have actually 5 strands. We have the STEM, which refers to the science and technology entrepreneurship. And then we have the ABM, the accountancy, business, and management. We have the HUMS, humanities and social sciences. We have the GAS for general education, those who would like to become teachers. And also we have the VOCTEC. But in our school, we only offer the 4 strands. So as early as grade 11, our students are able already to plot or make a decision as to what career that they would like to take when they pursue their college after grade 12. So this is our this is the integration of the curriculum, which greatly helps in improving the graduates' employability. Okay. Next we have, which is my favorite because I'm also a guidance counselor back home, we have what we call as the career counseling or career advising or career coaching. This is another strategy in the Philippines and again from in our institution, which we find very effective, which is, of course, the conduct of career counseling or coaching. This involves through assessment of career interests, personality, and professional aptitudes. This promotes the role of career centers within the university while balancing the staff roles in terms of counseling and industry connections. I was asking the student who assisted me yesterday if you have a guidance office here. And yes, you have a guidance office here. And one of the main tasks of a guidance office is to be able to provide career counseling to especially to our third year and fourth year students. I hope that the guidance office of our universities are really doing this because it really helps a lot in terms of improving employability. Okay? President Rodrigo Duterte has signed, this is how important career counseling is in the Philippines. He has signed into a law a measure establishing a career guidance and counseling program for all secondary schools or basic education, specifically for the junior high school. The law aims to institutionalize a career guidance and counseling program for students in all private and public secondary schools in order to provide them proper direction in pursuing subsequent tertiary education. The law also aims to equip students with the capability to make educated career decisions and expose them to relevant labor markets, and ensure that graduates of tertiary education meet the requirements of the government, industry, and the economy. Modules have been created that serve as the basic instructional materials to guide secondary students in their pursuit of meaningful and rewarding tertiary education based on their capacity and skills. The accessibility of public and elementary and tertiary education institutions, the labor market, and the requirements and expectations of the government, industry, and the economy. So this is a very new strategy that we employ in the Philippines. Okay? And it's part of the K-12. Next, we have the technology-driven programs. Okay, I think this is part of the talk of our previous speaker, and we are also with the time that we have to level up our technology, and we are using technology so that we would be able to also increase employability of our graduates. And we all know that technology is part of our daily life. I'm pretty sure you all agree, even if we are of age. I'm already of age also. But as much as possible, I really try to cope up with the demands of technology. Now, in terms of career, we have what we call as the Philippine, JobNet, okay? This, we are governed by this CHED Memorandum Order 17, series of 2007, that states about all HEI. So there's a law that governs us in terms of this one. It mandates all academic institutions, higher education institutions, participation in the Philippine JobNet system. Philippine JobNet is an automated job and the applicant matching system which aims to fast-track job seekers, search for jobs, and employers search for manpower. Ensuring the labor market responsiveness of higher education programs through constant curricular updating is one of the strategies adopted to address this challenge. For promoting employability of graduates, in this information era, ICT or Information and Communication Technologies of the technology links HEIs, graduates and employers, and circulates labor market signals to all concerned. The Philippine JobNet system is a web-based job matching system which provides timely and relevant labor market information to job seekers, employers, academic, technical, vocational institutions, and other stakeholders. It makes a job seeker's profile immediately accessible to thousands of employers throughout the country and even overseas. Now, what do we do in OLFU to help our graduates be employed using technology? How did OLFU respond to this government-mandated law of strengthening the use of technology to help increase employability? OLFU, or Our Lady of Fatima University, in 2013, has introduced what we call as the Career Placement System, or CPS, a search engine portal exclusively accessible to all graduates as well as our industry partners. So this is our CPS, and this is actually a search engine portal, and it helps graduates freely access a world of opportunities through information on available jobs that would best fit their qualifications. We've been doing this for the past 6 years already, and this is actually one of the most recognized and commended programs that we have for our graduates. The career placement system updates graduates about the significant events that are happening in their alma mater through announcements or news feeds. It helps in maintaining records of students, not only in terms of career, but we also have other information related to this. Serves as a strong reference, for recruiting partners of OLFU in looking for potential and qualified graduates that can fill up their company's vacant job positions. It strengthens linkages to recruiting partners and opens opportunities for more partnerships. So in this search engine portal, we invite industry partners to be members or to have access, and of course we have also our graduates. So you just have to click, and then employment opportunities will now come to us, and we facilitate the employment of all our graduates through the CPS. For the record, this is also recent data. For the career placement system of our university, we have already 233 industry partners who are enrolled in the system. And out of this 233 partners, we have already employed from 2013, 13,763 graduates. Okay, so this is really a big help, and we are very proud of this system, although we are really continuously improving the system so that we can better improve our services through the career placement system. Now, another strategy that we employ is the study abroad program. Although this is not that popular, but we have this also in our university. The study abroad program is also being encouraged by all of you to our prospective graduates. A major advantage claimed for study abroad program is that they can enhance employability by providing graduates with the skills and experience employers look for. These programs are also expected to increase the probability that graduates will work abroad, and so may especially benefit students willing to pursue an international career. The number of university students worldwide who have received some part of their education abroad has been rising rapidly. Despite the popularity of international student exchange programs, However, debate continues over what students actually gain from this experience. A major advantage claimed for study abroad programs is that they can enhance employability by providing graduates with the skills and experience employers are really looking for. Study abroad programs may provide graduates with the skills by increase the probability that graduates will really work abroad. Especially, we have students who are taking hotel and restaurant management. We send them for study for a year or two, and then fortunately they are able to be recruited by the employer or by the institution that they also have their study. Okay. Okay. Next. This is same with the studying abroad. It gives students opportunities to acquire a wide range of skills that enable them to compete successfully in the labor market. Many internationally mobile students are likely to become fluent in the second language, which is English. There are also disadvantages of studying abroad. While there are several reasons why study abroad is positively associated with graduates' job prospects, there are also some possible negative employment-related consequences of this experience. Some of the knowledge and skills that students acquire while studying abroad may not be transferable to the labor market in their home country. Okay? For instance, internationally mobile students may become familiar with accounting and legal procedures that are used in the study abroad country but not in their home country. Another possible disadvantage associated with studying overseas is that not all graduates are able to translate their study abroad experience into something employers value. In job interviews, employers sometimes get the impression that students pursue study abroad for the fun and excitement it offers rather than to pursue specific academic goals. Whether an advantage or disadvantage, study abroad programs are truly helpful in increasing employability internationally, simply because the graduate concerned has already earned an edge in terms of qualification. Next, we have the academic industry programs. In our university, we call it as the AILP, or the Academic Industry Linkage Pathways. Okay? This provides opportunities to students, associates, and alumni to gain valuable practical experience in their field of specialization through collaborative projects and programs with its academe and industry partners. Employers often require evidence that applicants have received a degree from an accredited school or program. Through our university's efforts to seek employment for our graduates, numerous partnerships, mostly international, had been forged. Now, in addition to what the previous speaker has mentioned a while ago, may I add some of the skills that should be emphasized to ensure high employability. The changing economy demands a workforce that is adaptable and dynamic. Although technical and job-specific skills remain vital, employees also need to develop a set of skills that can be transferred between different job roles and different employment sectors. These soft skills are also known as employability skills. They're the skills and attitudes you need to know and you need to find, keep, and be successful in any job, and to build a career. Whether we admit it or not, there is a sudden shift of sets of competencies needed for the labor market. And these are the soft skills rather than the hard skills. Do you agree? I have here enumerated some universal employability skills which can be of help to all of us. First, we have the communication skills, which I think in the Philippines, this is actually one of the, I think the first problem that we have among our graduates, the communication skills, especially in the English language. Although Philippines is known to be a good English-speaking nation or country, still, there are a lot of students who really do not know how to speak good English, I must admit. Okay? And then we have teamwork skills, self-motivated skills, problem-solving or decision-making, reasoning and creativity skills, dedication and hardworking work ethics. I think this is also one problem that we have to really work hard for, work ethics. And then dependability, reliability, and responsibility. Adaptability, availability and flexibility, honesty, integrity, morality, or in other words, the character. Other set, we have the computer technical skills. I think it's given. We have to have this skill for us to be universally competitive. Okay. Next, we have also self-presentation skills, personality, okay? And then we have multitasking skills, positive attitude, motivation, and energetic. We have to expect our graduates to really have the passion to work. Self-confidence, leadership and management skills, multicultural sensitivity awareness, loyalty, professionalism, willingness to learn, customer service skills, common sense, okay? I guess this is really very true. Let's face it, common sense is really an issue, okay, among our students, our graduates especially. And I guess with that, to sum up, before I end, I just would like to sum up everything that I have shared with you. There are actually 6 strategies that I have shared with you that we are doing back home in the Philippines and in our Lady of Fatima University. First, we have the internship program. We have the integration of career education in the curriculum. We have career counseling, mentoring, advising, and coaching. We have technology-driven programs. And we have study abroad program and the academic industry linkage program. And I hope that what I have shared with you would somehow help us, all of us, who are in the universities or in the academy to increase our employability by having all of this or by somehow having ideas on how to improve our employability. To end, I would like again to thank the organizers for inviting me here in this very timely conference. I hope I was able to bring Philippines to you. Our efforts in ensuring that our graduates get jobs that they need. We may have our lapses, but what is important is that we continue to create more and better jobs for our graduates. Mabuhay kayong lahat and salamat pagi. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Ocampo, for your very interesting presentation. We now switched live to Germany to our next speaker. I feel a bit like a newscaster, who is Professor Maurits van Rooyen, the rector of the University of Applied Sciences Europe in Germany. And we're just getting his live feed, or we will get it very soon. There he is, standing by. If we can get the full screen. He might not quite be aware that, I don't know if he can see us. Because can you make him see the room, guys? Can we turn this camera on? Hi, Professor van Rooyen. Can you hear us already? Can we make sure that the volume is on? Yeah, okay, the screen is here. Okay, we don't have sound. Is his sound on? Or he's trying to switch on his sound. Can we check? Yeah, his sound is on, right? Our sound is on? Okay, then it's a little bit of a mystery. I'm sure he's trying something to do with the sound. He looks like he's trying very hard to speak to you very soon. We're just texting. There's an issue with the sound. Oh, yeah. He's not muted, right? And we're also not muted. He cannot hear us. Are we sure that the sound is okay, guys? Can you double check that? It worked perfectly last night. So, yeah. Okay. As you see, we're testing the sound live. Okay, I cannot hear him. We cannot, and he cannot hear us, right? Yeah. Oh, our side says it's his system. Can you send him a message? Our side says it's his system that's not on. His sound is not working. I mean, they say they've tried everything they can here. Maybe we can try his other device or his other line. Okay, but yeah, I can see, yeah. The microphone is reacting, right? We're just not hearing the... Okay, he's trying something else. Yeah. And we're definitely not muted, right? Unmute all, did you try that? Sorry too. I don't know. Test microphone. Oh, he's reconnecting with another device. Okay, let's hope that he joins with another device and that works. Okay, we had an almost perfect transition. Okay, at least we hear something now. We heard ding dong, but I don't know if we'll hear more than that. Hello? We can see you, you're looking great. But we still cannot, we don't have audio. Hello, hello, hello? No, I think he's trying. Hello, hello? Okay, he's turned off. He doesn't want to see us anymore. No, I'm sure he does. I'm sure he does. It's just technical issues. Okay, who has tried to use Zoom before? Just call in the room. Zoom, yes? Zoom. We used Zoom last night. Zoom is usually quite good. I'm not quite sure why we're having a problem here. Oh, he's trying to connect with two devices. Yes, we can see him very clearly, but we still cannot hear him. He must be so frustrated right now. Poor man. And he's woken up very, very early. I think it's 6 a.m. in Germany right now. So we do appreciate him getting all dressed up to meet us. But unfortunately, we seem to have a sound problem. Yeah, no, I think our side is testing. Yeah, we can. We can all wave. Does everybody want to wave? We have nothing much to do. We can all wave. Oh, he's not really looking at it. Unfortunately. Make host? I have no idea. No, we don't have Skype. But it worked perfectly last night. Yeah. On 2 different devices it worked just fine. We can all do the wave at some point. Go through the roof. Yeah. Does our technical team have any ideas? Let's go ask. Apparently the technical error is on our side. Yeah, can you just text him that we have been tied our wires in a knot, or a mouse came and yeah, apparently they're saying we're checking on our side. Yeah, it is our side, confirmed. So tell him that he is fine, just hang with us and yeah. Just put him at ease that it's not his yeah. Yeah, no, tell him his system. No, I don't know. I mean, yeah. No, it's okay. We don't have sound. We don't have sound. So if he wants to just blow his nose or comb his hair or something like that, it's very early in the morning. All right. Since this is might look like it's taking a while, can I invite the two speakers to briefly come forward? We might have some questions for you because I don't know how quickly this will be resolved. Sorry? Yeah, I don't know how quickly it will be resolved. So can I invite Professor Ocampo and Dr. Payono to take the stage? As soon as it works, I will unfortunately let you off the stage. But I think you've raised so many interesting things, we can maybe briefly talk about those. And once it's... oh, we have a bit of disruptive audio. Are we? Okay. Shall we just see what we can do? Because we have 100 people who are... I think so. What are you proposing? So we'll let the technical team figure it out. We have no sound, guys, right? Yeah? Okay. Have a seat. We'll do a very quick improvised panel discussion. And as soon as we have sound, I'm sure we'll hear it on the system. And then we can continue. Yeah, I kind of wanted to touch on one thing, which is lifelong learning. Which I thought is very interesting, but I think actually a lot of institutions are not really equipped for lifelong learning. I mean, we say, oh, there need to be special lifelong learning centers, but isn't that perhaps the wrong idea? I mean, all institutions should be offering lifelong learning in a more flexible way. Who would like to jump on that one first?
Okay, lifelong learning. So of course, we firmly believe that what we teach our graduates should be something that is lifelong, okay? And the skills, the soft skills that I was trying to emphasize a while ago is actually, I think and I believe that this is something that is lifelong and should be possessed by everyone. And of course, the knowledge and the skills that we would like to get from our graduates are really something that we should be the vision and the mission that we have as educators.
That makes sense. Would you like to add to that?
Sure. The concern that I have when it comes to lifelong learning is the system. The system that is not talking about the individual. Individuals, up to us whether we want to continue learning something new. That's, I think, is normal and in a way it's very natural. But systems in a country or in a region, wherever, this has to be established so that we kind of encourage this lifelong learning becomes, the learners become more motivated. So how should we provide a systems? I think in Indonesia we talk about multi-entry, multi-exits in the education system, which is okay on paper, but in practice we have issues. Meaning that student can get out of the education system or from school, go to work, can come back easily, also from one school to the other school. That is the ideal that we have on paper. But in reality, we have issues. The second one is that for those who are not in school, how can at the end their skills, experience can be recognized? Because without recognition, I think in the modern era, everything has to be, in a way, has to be certified. We cannot hire someone without certification in the future. I think and the engineering side this has been implemented. But the recognitions of the experience outside is still limited. We don't have centers that kind of testing and certification centers that allow this individual, those within the school or outside, to get certification. We already have at the regional level, we have the ASEAN Qualifications Reference Framework. We have the 8 levels. This is supposed to be the guiding framework for all member countries, so that anyone can see, where am I at this moment? What level am I? It's not really well touching the ground. That's why now we have the translation systems from this RQF to the NQF, National Qualification Framework, at the end also to the profession. If I'm working in the building constructions, I'm at this level, I know this, what will be the level I'm getting at? So this is the system that I feel like we are not ready. We should continue working hard so that the system will be established. We have many centers for the testing as well as the certifications. This is my additional comment.
Yeah, because you're the practitioner perspective, right?
Okay, so since the very focus of our seminar today is about employability, I'm speaking in the context of being a guidance counselor also and working in the academe. I strongly believe, and I would still insist, that what our graduates must be able to know at this point in time is, yes, we do acknowledge the presence of the importance of hard skills. I think I mentioned this in my presentation. But I guess what is more important now, and I believe that most of our graduates really lack this one, are the soft skills, and specifically the character. It is something that, you know, the hard skills, they can learn about it, but they can forget it later. But the character, the soft skills, is something that is innate, something that should be strengthened, and something that they can bring in even as they grow old. Okay, so I think that's it, that's in my context. That's what how I understood lifelong learning. Because from the term itself, lifelong, it is something that our graduates must possess so that they would be able to really become worth it individuals, not only in the field of work, but also, more importantly, I guess, more than the field of work, more on being a person. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Before I continue with my questions, are there any questions from the floor right now to any of the speakers about their presentation or some thought or issue that you've had that you would really like to address? The gentleman in front, let me give you a microphone. And please identify yourself. And
thank you very much. Good day, everyone. My name is Mangadar Situmorang from Parahyangan Catholic University in Bandung. Thank you very much, Pak Yono, for your great presentation. My short question is about the difference that we have to get between the vocational and technological education, or vocational we generally call it, or diploma in Indonesia, and the academic one. It is not a bit hard for us, again, when the academic also are demanded to have such kind of, let's say, skills as the one also needed from the vocational. So a bit hard, even though you mentioned about the, let's say, IUN or ASEAN quality framework, but still hard to make the difference between the academic education and the vocational one in terms of, again, employability. So please kindly explain a bit more about that one, so to see the difference, yeah, very clearly. To you, madam, my short question. In Indonesia, we have also a number of, let's say, companies. They establish their own academic, yeah, in the sense of, again, to be more vocational or technological education. And we, from the education side, feel that the job already taken away from this kind of, let's say, company or corporation. Yeah, the big company in Indonesia, they establish their own university or academy, yeah, to make closer to the need of the industry. What's the case in your country, in Philippines? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Situmorang, for the very interesting questions and a lot of gray area that we need to address here. The word TVET, the technical, vocational education and training. These terms actually is basically coined by UNESCO. And sometimes we have different world in every country. ILO, as you know, they don't use the word TVET. They use skills development. This is politics also in the higher level. So, but what does it mean actually? Even though two actually should be the same, but in reality, if you use the term skill development, always related to ILO, always related to Ministry of Labor. When it comes to UNESCO, always related to TVET, and then related to Ministry of Education. It seems like you have a dichotomized world, which should not have happened, but happened in reality. The definition of technical and vocational education and training, normally in general definition, is any education and training, whether this is formal, informal, or non-formal, that the main purpose of this is for preparing them for employment. It's very general. So based on this very general statement or definitions, every country might interpret it differently. In the US, when they don't call it TVET in the US, they call it career and technical education. When they mention about this, they clear definition, or they call it also workforce education and development. So when they look at this definition, they have the border. The border is that only below bachelor's level. So below bachelor's, they consider it as career technical education or workforce education, but beyond that is higher education. In this region, and also UNESCO, they don't believe in this segregation. It should be continuous. We should not stop that TVET is only at the diploma level and below. It should continue. That's why we have the term of applied education, applied higher education. Germany also follow this same. Malaysia also follow this strongly. Indonesia, in a way, also we have, remember in terms of the structure of education, we have academic track, we have professional track. Academic track, from secondary to undergraduate, master's, PhD. Well, we have also professional tracks. We have diploma 4, then specialist 1, specialist 2. This is basically the way we look at it. But again, this is a gray area, and depending on us, every country to really interpret it. But you can see, at least we see the reference. Which reference are we using? If we are talking about this, I think I incline to follow the second one. Anything to do with employment, because even at the university, we can see some of the focus of the study programs is preparing them for academic, like for thinking, for widening horizons, not necessarily focusing for employment. Psychology, whatever, the sociology or political science, they just try to widen their horizon, their perspective, not necessarily aiming for employment directly. But medical doctors or engineers, those are a bit clear or closer to the preparation for employment. So that's my take on this. So I know that Indonesia, even the term is confusing. We have the term of kejuruan, we have the term of vocational. Actually, from looking at the term, actually it's the same from the beginning of the history. That kejuruan is vocational, but in here the application is different. Kejuruan is for secondary level, vocational for tertiary level, higher education. That is the confusion that we create. But actually it's supposed to be the same in terms of that. We just, in terms of giving categories, so that at least people can see, oh, we are offering vocational education, meaning that it's in higher education. But actually from English word, that's from kejuruan. So, or in Brunei, sama-sama kejuruteraan. So that's my little bit of my explanation on this.
And then on the company.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You're asking about the condition of the Philippines now in terms of whether VocTech is more popular than academic. 10 years ago, VocTech is more popular. But since we changed the curriculum in the Philippines in 2016, there was a sudden shift of interest of our graduates, of our students. Okay, not only that, education in the Philippines, because of Duterte, because of our president, is now free. So those who intended first to take a vocational because of its low tuition fee now considers taking college education, because college, the state universities that we have right now only offer free education. That's why I must say, and I have observed this, and based from the surveys, a lot of students now are really into the academic. So they do not dwell so much on the vocational, because in the Philippines, if they take vocational courses, yes, they can land in jobs. However, they cannot go to higher positions because of what they have achieved. That's why students nowadays in our country are more into taking a full bachelor's degree program. And a lot of students, though we have very few public schools, a lot of students are enrolling in public schools because of free college education. And this means a lot in terms of employability, because we have more qualified students who can penetrate more higher positions in the world of work. And we are happy that the President, the government has given free education to us. Although this is somewhat a problem to private institutions like us, because it becomes more, it's really a threat to us. That's why all the private institutions were against the free college education before. But of course, since this is a law already, we cannot do anything about it. So the college, the universities, the private HEIs right now are doing everything just to convince our students to go to private institutions. Fortunately, our university, we are still able to get a big number of students, but the pressure is very strong. Because how can you compete with a free college education being offered by the public sector? Okay? Yes, we are very happy with what the government has been doing to the education system of the Philippines. The only problem is I personally work in a private institution. Later, or probably now, I'm quite affected by that. But we're happy. So with their question whether our students are into VocTech or into the academe before, yes. Okay, but now it has shifted into another paradigm. They are more into because the students are excited to get a degree in the Philippines. Because once you get a degree, in their houses, they even post tarpaulin or posters that they are graduate of BS Nursing. That's how happy Filipinos are, especially those in the provinces. They are really very proud once they have a bachelor graduate, a degree holder's children. So, although VocTech is still very much in, there are still a number pa rin of, a big number of students are still into vocational. But based from my, what I know is that still, because of the free education, more are coming to the academe. Thank you. They own what?
Let me repeat the question. So are there any large corporations like maybe Ayala or PLDT who have set up their own
Yes,
university or academy?
I showed you the Shumart. The Shumart, the biggest, actually this is the richest company in our country. They own National University. They have put up, just like Fatima, they have put up a number of campuses already. So they have shifted already some because they see that there's something good about education. And there's something business in education. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Are there any other questions from the floor at this time? Before we break for lunch, or maybe a miracle happens, we'll still see Professor Van Rooyen. We keep praying. Yes, go ahead. Oh.
Okay, thank you very much. Harsa from Stipra Institute of Agriculture. So, Harsa. So, my question goes to Dr. Paryono. This is about that. How is your thinking that compared to other countries in Asia or in South Asia, Indonesia is more ready to adapt the industrial 4.0 education, or maybe we are lagging behind? So what is your opinion? And the second thing that you mentioned a bit about the MIMI, multi-entry, multi-exit This is, I think, a good thing for us. But the problem is that are we ready for that system? So is it possible for the government, also for the university in Indonesia, to replace the system that now already in place? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hassan, for the questions. The first one is also not that easy to answer when it comes to where Indonesia stands in terms of readiness, especially on the education towards Industry 4.0. As we know that Indonesia is a large country. We have 17,000 islands.
We may interrupt you soon, but keep going.
Okay. So the gap between the city and the rural is quite large. I'm imagining that education or the school or institution in the cities, in a way, is kind of not really lag behind. I think that one is okay. But when it comes to other area like PISA test, those we are still behind. Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Prayono, I'm going to interrupt you because of the technical difficulties.
Can you hear me?
Okay, so we will continue later.
Very sorry.
Yeah.
Answer to be continued.
Can
I'm
you
so
hear
sorry
me?
for being terribly rude. Yes, you can go off the stage, but I might have to call you back. No, we'll see. Hopefully it works. Yes, Professor Van Rooyen, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Oh, this is delightful. We're so happy to
then.
hear your voice through
It's
all
okay
these
now.
troubles. Yeah, I don't think you can see me just yet, but I'm sure our technical people will make that happen. I suggest you just begin your talk and your presentation, and we will listen in, and then after a while, if you have time, we'll do some Q&A. So please go ahead and get started.
Thank you very much, Peter. And yes, apologies for the slightly cumbersome start of the presentation. That's not the first time. When we use technology, unfortunately, it doesn't always work exactly the way it should. And therefore, I normally prefer to fly in person and not be dependent on internet connections, etc. Unfortunately, I couldn't come in. I mean, I can assure you, Mandy Mock did quite a lot of arm twisting to get me there, and even promised me nice visits to volcanoes, etc., to entice me. But it wasn't that I didn't want to be there. I would have loved to be there. It's just that I'm actually in Germany at the moment, literally being well aware of the time because I have to take a flight to Dublin. So I can't be in three places at the same time. So I had to do it with this failing modern technology. But I hope you can hear me now. If you can hear me, maybe you can do a wave. Great, excellent, thank you. Okay, well, thank you very much for your patience, and apologies to the lecturer I needed to rudely interrupt, who was kind enough apparently to step in and do a presentation on my behalf, which I'm sure was very interesting, and I will again regret that I've not been able to hear that one. So my name is Moritz van Rugen. I'm director of a German university called University of Applied Sciences Europe, and it has 3 campuses in Berlin, in Hamburg, and in Iserlohn, which is near Dortmund, which is a more rural area. It's an interesting place, German higher education. It's a bit different than the higher education which many of you are familiar with, the American systems, the UK systems, and of course a lot of the Asian systems. And one of the reasons why it is quite different is, first of all, it has a very large public sector, heavily state-funded, free education taught in large campuses, mainly in German. And then there is a smaller sector of private education, which does the opposite. So it tends to be small campuses, small classes, professors very approachable, but not state-funded. It is funded by the students themselves. So we are in that private sector, which is a smaller sector in Germany, but becoming rapidly attractive both in Germany itself and internationally. Germany as a destination, as you probably have picked up from some statistics somewhere, is actually becoming rapidly attractive to international students as well, especially because more and more of the teaching happens now in English in the private sector at least. The topic I have been asked to address here is internationalization and innovation, and I want to first stress the fact that in Germany, one of the other things which set aside this higher education system is that there is a huge career-focused education, professional education. So you have the more traditional universities, typically the public universities, which are also often engaged in some research and are more academic. And then you have a large number of institutions, both public and private, which are very much focused on professional education. This is kind of important because we tend to speak often about higher education as if it's kind of like a pecking order, where we say universities and research-led universities are obviously the most desirable and helps us in our rankings and ratings, etc. And then you got the professional education sector. In Germany, it isn't like that. Professional education in Germany is just as highly regarded as academic education. And actually, a lot of the school leavers who would have very good academic results would prefer to go for the more professional track rather than for the academic focused education. And actually, that's quite realistic when you think about it. I'm a product of the more research-led universities. But the truth is that when it comes to research-led education and a more academic education, you are actually talking about, a demand of maybe 1% of population which you would want to attract in order to make sure you have the next generation academic professors. But 99% of our graduates actually opt for a career and are career focused. And you can say, okay, those are the byproduct of an academic education, or you can say, no, actually, those are really our mainstream. That's what we should focus on. Students come to our institutions because they want a career. And maybe the education we should offer should be focused on offering them that career. And in Germany, that is actually quite an explicit, and certainly in my institution, an explicit focus. We believe that the students we attract should be equipped for a career in a chosen profession. So career readiness is a word we often use. I would even go further. Career readiness suggests you just want a job, but actually this isn't just about wanting a job. This is about a success in a career, and we need to prepare our students for success in that career. So yes, we need to give them the knowledge, and we do that in the classroom. We need to give them skills, especially social skills. We all know that nobody can be successful in a career unless they are equipped with social skills, and we believe that at the university we should therefore facilitate that. Technical skills, of course, nobody can survive in the modern world without understanding technology, understanding what the data mining is about, understanding data analytics, etc. Presentation skills, sure. Intercultural skills becoming more and more important. Fine, so knowledge and skills, but also an attitude. And attitude is a more difficult thing. How do you teach attitude? You cannot teach attitude, you can only help to develop it. And one of the main things in order to help to develop that is having a right kind of attitude when it comes to work, being professional, having a positive attitude toward work and team working, etc., is by exposing students to the workplace. And that's really an important feature of the education, for instance, at my institution. We have 1 or 2 semesters, typically 2 semesters, or a full year, which is totally focused on being ready for a career, and it's based on actually going into workplace and having supervised learning experience, and possibly also, most of us actually, in the case of my institution is compulsory, spending a semester abroad. It is this kind of going into a workplace and going abroad which help to ensure that our students have the right kind of mindset, the right kind of attitude when it comes to facing the real world. So yes, they have received the knowledge in the classrooms. Yes, they have been trained in their skills. But ultimately, what is very important for a young person is actually going out there and experience for themselves, and then being able to come back with that experience and discuss it with their professor and with their fellow students. So the work integrated learning element is crucial when it comes to career readiness. And to be honest, I cannot actually see how you can make a student career ready unless they have had that extensive experience of working somewhere, working on a project, and ideally also having worked and studied in another country. I stress that last part because international is super important when it comes to today's career readiness. It is almost unimaginable for someone to have real success in a career to be able to do that without any international exposure. We live in a globalized world. Obviously, when I go to our campus, let's say in Berlin, it's all English taught, everybody speaks English, it's students from all over the world. But also when I go to our more semi-rural campus in Iserlohn, when I stay there in a hotel in the morning at breakfast, and I listen to what people are talking at breakfast at the different tables in this hotel, nobody is speaking German. People are speaking Italian, they're speaking, you can hear Americans, you can hear people from all over the world, Chinese, Japanese, everybody, right? Now, this is a semi-rural environment in Germany, yet it still attracts business people from around the world to do business there. It is very difficult to imagine a career path at a high-flying level for our graduates, which isn't really international in Germany. And that's, of course, not only in Germany, but I focus on the German example. So we believe that it's extremely important that students have that work exposure as well as international exposure. And also bringing, of course, international students to our campuses so that the work exposure isn't only when they go abroad, but actually is already when they study in Germany itself. And they learn to work in international teams and therefore are much better equipped for an international career. Even as I said, I don't like the word international career because, as I said, even if they stay locally, they will still need to be able to work at an international level and be comfortable with that. And it is our duty as educators to prepare them for that. Now, one of the obvious downside of private education is because it's not public funded, students have to pay a fee. There is another model in Germany which is extremely popular, and my university offers that as well. And that is an agreement with employers to offer what they call duale studien. In other words, it is a track whereby the students study and work at the same time, and the employer pays the fees. And this is extremely popular, especially for specific professions. So, for instance, we have a program in taxation, whereby the student actually works with a major company, and the company sponsors their study part-time with the university, and the two interact. So basically the student learns both in the classroom and in the workplace. And I think this is an extremely attractive way for students to get access to high quality education. It is obviously affordable because the employer pays for it. The employer has the big advantage that the student is actually very motivated because their salary and their career depend also on the student results. It is a long-term relationship between employer and students, so the students are not job hopping. They're actually staying with an employer for a long time. And of course, for the student, it means also that they have a job guarantee. So they are not actually going to study and then look for a job. Actually, they already have the job whilst they are studying, and they have therefore a guaranteed career path as long as they perform well in their studies. And this duale system is extremely popular in Germany, but it's also followed with great interest around the world. I was a couple of weeks ago in China, for instance, where they wanted to know whether it would be possible to introduce something like this in China as well. It is studied with great interest also in the USA, in the UK, and so on. Governments are very interested in this because they can see that this is a way of really creating a win-win situation for employers and for educators, and of course, most importantly, for the students themselves. So it is it's in Germany a very well established and well respected form of education, and it's certainly worth having a look at if you are looking at innovative ways in your institutions to build on relationships with employers, and actually when employer and educator becomes partners in the education of students. The final point I want to raise is related to that. So far we've been talking about work integrated learning, so making sure that the work and the learning are closely connected. But besides work integrated learning, there is also a growing sector of learning integrated work. And that is whereby actually the employer creates opportunities for their employees to continue studying with an educator. So in other words, the educator isn't just providing the education in the age period 17 to 22 or something like that, but actually stays with their graduates for their entire career as the source of the knowledge as is needed at that particular moment of time in their career. This reflects the knowledge economy, the concept that someone can go to university and get all the knowledge and insight it needs he or she needs for the rest of their lives is actually a very old-fashioned, rather outdated concept when you really think about it. The modern society is based on knowledge. Success of companies and success of individuals is based on continuous development, and it is therefore important when someone is a high flyer that they have the ability to continuously come back and update their knowledge and update their skills. And especially the larger employers are recognizing the need to be able to offer this. It is in their own interest that education doesn't stop at graduation, but graduation is only a milestone. It's obviously true that young people will benefit most from education, and especially when it comes to the personal development. But when it comes to actually understanding what is needed in society, being able to move forward in a career, you have nowadays to be able to continuously study new developments and build up new networks. And it's a crucial element for career development. So this is becoming a growing sector, and I would say for the future, especially with improved virtual support for education, for most education institutions which are, let's say, enlightened enough to understand this, it's going to be more than half of their income. So the current focus on young people obviously will be there, but I'm not sure it will still be the core business for universities in the future. And the other element in this, I've stressed a couple of times and I hope it didn't get lost, is that the source of funding isn't necessarily government funding, but actually the future source of funding actually in a large part will come from employers. Obviously the large companies and the international companies which have the biggest resources and the most to gain from this, but in my experience also middle and small size companies actually becoming more and more aware that students are for them a key to the world. And I'll come back to my example of our campus in Iserlohn, just outside Dortmund, a more rural campus. For these companies are all typically small and medium size, very German, Mittelstand as it's called, and that is actually 90+% of the German economy. It's actually the German economy is built on the success of the smaller and medium-sized companies, not on the success of the big names like Siemens and Volkswagen and Bosch and so on, but actually the real core and the explanation of the success of German economy is in these smaller and medium-sized companies. And one of the things which is really important also for the German government is to stimulate those smaller companies to become more and more international. So they do not need to explain Volkswagen and Siemens and so on how important international is, how important education is, and they are investing in that. But it's more and more also the small and medium-sized family businesses which actually understand the importance of international, which want to make sure that their next generation is internationally minded, but also want to attract international students. Because through those international students, through those international graduates, they get access to markets around the world, and they discover how useful and important it is to work with the university to attract international talent and to introduce them to markets which they would find otherwise difficult to access themselves. So it's a real partnership, and I think it is a glimpse of where higher education in Germany is going, and I think it's an exciting future. So this is where I wanted to stop my introductory remark. I'm aware that I'm probably a little bit behind schedule, so I don't want to go on in too great detail, and open up, Peter, to any comments or questions of the audience. Maybe there is someone there who disagrees with me, which would be great.
Yes. Any questions or comments for Professor Maurits at this time? Otherwise, allow me to ask the first question. You mentioned, of course, university education collaboration, and that sounds great, work-related learning. But it doesn't happen very often, so there are huge barriers. How do you, as a rector of an institution, remove those barriers? Or what is the number one thing you got to prioritize?
Absolutely. I think the number one priority for me as a rector is actually remembering that my main role is external and not internal. I think one of the big problems rectors have is that you quickly get dragged into operational matters, internal politics, funding issues, etc. And it has always been my philosophy, this is not the first university I'm in charge of, that I need to have a strong team who can actually look after the institution. My job is to interact with companies, with the employers, with employer organizations, the chambers of commerce, and of course the public authorities. And to build that not just on a bilateral basis, but also to engage them with the institution. So we have employer councils, we make sure they get invited to events, we make sure they invited to guest lectures. Example, to stick to the Iserlohn case, the campus there, that city now has aspirations to become more like a smart city. They want to go really into the digital domain now. That's a great decision to make, but then how to do it? So my university has already signed an MOU saying we're going to work with you to transform Iserlohn into a smart city. And we're going to do that by engaging the companies of Iserlohn. So we are a driving, not maybe a driving force, but a partner in that project. And I think this is where you, as a rector, have a big role to play. And that is you actually stimulate those kind of interactions with the outside world, make sure your colleagues come along and work with that, rather than get too much focused on just the day-to-day teaching and so on. So for me, the rector is a crucial element in making sure that the university change in this direction.
Okay, thank you very much for that that really interesting answer. Are there any other questions from perhaps fellow rectors in the room about having? Here's a gentleman. Yeah, go ahead. Please identify yourself. Yeah.
I am Harsa, from as a rector from Stipe University Institute of Agriculture. That is very interesting. That I think Germany is well known that the university has a strong partnership with industry. I was in Germany for 5 years because I did my PhD in Bonn University. And then I think my question is that what are the differences between the current situation as compared to maybe 10 years ago? That you know that has a strong relationship. That I know that I knew that also. I worked with the industry at the time. And I think the Germany university is going to be an international university then. What do you think then? Could you please tell me about what are the differences between the previous system in Germany and the current situation in Germany? Thank you very much. Vielen Dank.
That's a very good question, and like you, I worked many years ago also in Germany. I'm not German originally, and this was in 1986, and of course. Yes, even in those days already there were strong links with the employers and with the private sector. I think that first of all that is playing to your strengths. I think because German higher education has always been more open towards working with the private sector, it makes more sense for them to develop that. So the dual system I explained earlier, where you can study and work at the same time, is not a new system. It's actually an extremely well-established system, has been in existence for many years. But also, I think, especially in the private sector, maybe even more than in the public sector, we have to be focused on partnerships which also are about co-funding. Public-funded institutions and public funding in general is great, but the truth is that taxpayers' money has limitations. And you cannot expect taxpayers to fund everything which is required for economic development and then have the companies benefit from that. It's the stakeholders themselves, employers, who have to take responsibility there as well. And I think it is important for institutions to flag that up. Now, for a private institution, in some ways, it's a bit easier to do that, because I can say to an employer, would it make any difference whether we exist or not? If you feel that it is important that we exist, then we also want you to be part of that education. Of course, when you're public funded, the funding comes from the taxpayer. That is actually an argument sometimes a bit more difficult to make. But certainly when it comes to research projects and to specialist fields, that will be the same argument. I mean, the institutes and so on really are often very substantially funded by a private sector as well. And that doesn't interfere in academic autonomy or something like that. But it is important to have that message across. Not everything can be paid for by the taxpayer, by the public sources. Agriculture is a particularly interesting field, by the way, and I've been introducing myself in some of our institutions also more the agribusiness approach. years ago, I was involved in a program which was about, for instance, food and finance, which was actually a program at master level, which was funded by a bank. In this case, it was a Dutch bank, the Rabobank. But in Germany, it would have been the Raiffeisen Bank. So banks which have a focus on the agricultural sector. And agricultural sector isn't just about, as you very well know, about produce. It's actually also very much about finances, about markets, etc., etc. So banks who are specialists in the agriculture sector stepping in and actually funding agribusiness focused programs make a lot of sense. And of course, it is a hugely international field nowadays. The agribusiness in most countries, my native Netherlands is actually one of the main exporters of agricultural produce. But that's not just about the production of the produce, it's about how it interacts with the banking systems and other drivers in the agricultural economy. So I think it's a good example of how education and the sector actually can come together and be successful together.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know if you need to catch your flight. Please don't miss your flight because of us. But is there another question in the audience at this time? Yes, I see one more. I see two more. Can I recognize this gentleman first? Please identify yourself.
Yes, thank you. My name is Budi Santosa. I'm from Institut Teknologi Kalimantan, new public university in Balikpapan, the candidate for the capital city. Yes. Okay. My question is about the number of applied science university, the vocational university, and academic university in Germany. In Indonesia, I think too many academic university, like in Jogja we have UNY, we have UIN, we have Gajah Mada University, while we don't have polytechnic or vocational university in Yogyakarta. But in, according to the DIGTI, Higher Education Directorate, vocational is designed for ready to work, while in university we learn more for some concept, innovation, and it's not ready for working.
Can I summarize your question?
Yes. So how is the composition of the number of vocational university and the academic university? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So there's a couple of questions there, answers there. First of all, I don't want to give the impression that I'm against traditional universities. We do need fundamental research and we need public funded fundamental research. But there is a growing sector of the more professional education focused universities. And in Germany, the number of what is called Fachhochschule is growing rapidly compared with traditional universities. Of course, as I said, there was also the public and the private sector there, and the private sector almost exclusively is in the professional education rather than in the more research-focused public universities. So the balance is shifting towards the professional education, but that's one part of the answer. The other part of the answer is actually the changes which are happening in the more traditional universities, which are becoming more and more professional education focused as well. So in the past, there was a very clear distinction of what was a university and what was a Fachhochschule. And now actually it is very difficult in many cases to see. So there are a number of institutions, a limited number of institutions in Germany, which are developing into research-led, internationally highly recognized institutions. But many of the less research-led universities are becoming much more like polytechnics, much more like professional education-focused institutions. But at the same time, one should not assume that because something is a Fachhochschule, in other words, a professional education university, that it doesn't do research and it is not in any ways academic. So it's a bit a difference between light gray and dark gray, whereby I would say in Germany, the growth of the professional education sector, the Fachhochschule, is considerably bigger than that of universities. So it's only a matter of time. I mean, at the moment, they're already the majority, to give you a clear answer, but it's only a matter of time before I think also some of the traditional public universities, which are not research-led, actually will prefer having a status as a professional education institution, because students actually prefer that. And this is the most important part. It's actually what students want. And so if you have students who have good grades at secondary school, but actually decide that they prefer the professional education sector, that's a clear signal to the traditional universities that it is time to change for them as well.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. We have another gentleman with a question here.
Right. Thank you very much. So my first question actually exactly the same as the previous one. But what we would like to understand is what is the ratio of the student between the professional students and also the number of students in the traditional university? This is the first one. And then secondly is, how is the relation between Fachhochschule and traditional university? As long as I understand that the university, which is called as the University of Applied Science, it was the Fachhochschule, is that? Right. And
Yeah,
then,
that's the Fachhochschule, yeah.
okay. And then the secondly is, you have a very good relation between the Fachhochschule or University of Applied Science with the industry. Are there any incentive coming from your government to the industry who have a very strong connection with the Fachhochschule or University of Applied Science? By the way, I'm Rahmat Imbang, so when I was in Germany, they called me as Rolf. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Dankeschön.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. I mean, when it comes to the exact numbers, I would have to Google it myself. So I basically, as you all are having your smart technology, it's probably more reliable to quickly check it on your mobile phone to know exact numbers of students in the Fachhochschule and in the traditional university than me trying to do a quick guess. I would have to check it myself as well. But it's, I think the main thing is that we're in the United Kingdom, the system changed in 1992 and the Polytechnic became universities and everything was university. In Germany, the distinction is still there, as in it is still a binary system whereby you got universities which have a research obligation. It's an obligation to be research active when you are at university and to do fundamental research, which is an expensive area to be engaged in. And the Fachhochschule, which is also research engaged, but it's actually not their primary mission. It is very much focused on professional education and career readiness. So the binary system in Germany survived, and I think in many ways that it has been sensible, because what you see happening is that unlike in the Anglo-Saxon system, UK and of course US, which never had a binary system, it is not always that clear what institution you're going to. You have to check carefully the profile of the institution. In Germany, it is by name clear what is the primary focus of an institution. And the interesting thing, as I said, in Germany is the experience that students actually start preferring more and more the professional education side than the traditional education side. Obviously, when you have an academic career you're pursuing and you're interested in research, it's a different story. But when it comes to the academic career and research, then we are talking about 1 or 2%, actually more like 1% of graduates. I mean, there are actually not that many graduates which actually opt for and are actually chosen for an academic career. So when focusing on the other 99%, actually many of those actually pursue they know already they want to have a career outside academia, and therefore feel that the professional education route is a more sensible way. So that's really what I see happening at the moment as a shift in the higher education sector, that the traditional universities find it more and more difficult in Germany to attract the right number of talented young people. And for Fachhochschule, it's a bit easier. As I said, the other difference is the public and the private funded institutions. So obviously the big majority is public funded, but the private sector in Germany is growing as well. Because it might sound strange when you have a choice between paying nothing or paying a fee, that parents and employers actually would happily pay a fee rather than go for completely free education. But the free education is suffering a little bit because it teaches typically in large groups. The professors do not have the same focus on students, and the facilities are often not of the same level. So what you also see happening in Germany at the moment is not just that professional education becomes more and more attractive, but also that private professional education becomes more and more attractive. And I said that's more and more attractive to students, but also more and more attractive to employers as a partner in their economic development.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we are also slowly running out of time and lunch is waiting. So perhaps this is a good time to wrap up this conversation. Allow us to thank Rector Mauers again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a very safe flight, and we hope to see you in person sometime in Indonesia very soon.
I'm looking forward to it. Once again, it's really a pity I can't be there, and I know I'm missing a lot. But hopefully next time I will be there in person. So thank you very much for having me, at least virtually.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will break now for lunch. Lunch is the same. There is the main lunch is served on the basement floor, ground floor. And we will resume here half an hour behind schedule at 2:30 sharp. So see you back here at 2:30 sharp. Thank you so much. I am Peter Steck. I work as an analyst for AppliedHE, and can we make it a little bit? Well, I don't know. And I will tell you a little bit about the rating methodology. I suggest I try and skip through it at a reasonable pace. If there is something that you don't understand or want more explanation, just please raise your hand. And that also hopefully leaves us some time for Q&A at the end. So here we go. The rating methodology goals. When we started designing this rating, we didn't want to do something that has already been done before. We really wanted to see what the market needs, what is something that's new. We want to, first of all, have a rating that's relevant to the stakeholders. We don't want to ask anything that really nobody cares about at the end of the day. We want it to be parsimonious, meaning we don't want to collect information that is not really relevant or not really necessary to respect the respondent's time. And we want to be non-prescriptive. So we don't want to say there's a particular model of higher education that you should be following, because we recognize that excellence comes in many forms. So we don't want to say you need to have this percentage of PhDs or this many books in your library or this many internet connections. We try to be non-prescriptive. So those are kind of our three guiding principles. Now, of the rating system, the AppliedHE rating, there are a number of different variants. I will touch on three here, just to give you an idea. There's also the business school one that Manny already mentioned this morning. So we have AppliedHE Professional, AppliedHE Universities, and AppliedHE Online Learning. The first two, of course, are primarily delivered on a campus. The qualification level for professional, right now we envision it going up to master, for universities, bachelor to doctor, and then online covering the whole area. Research, if it's not part of an institution's mission, it will basically automatically become professional. So an institution can indicate to us, no, research is not part of our mission, so then you are a professional institution. And of course, for universities, it needs to be there, indeed. For online, we have a slightly different rule for that. We also require that students spend a minimum duration at an institution. That's at least 18 months for professional, 12 months for universities, and again online, because of the nature, we change it a little bit. So there is a minimum course duration so that we basically have enough time to evaluate the impact that an institution has on a student. If you're there for a 2-week course, it may be more difficult to assess in the way that we intend to do it. Now, the overall requirement for an institution to be AppliedHE rated, it needs to be locally accredited. We're not in the accreditation business. Now, in some cases, you might be accredited via a very strong foreign partner institution. So on a case-by-case basis, we will consider that. The requirement for admission has to be a secondary school leaving diploma. The programs need to offer a clear career path. That's part of what we see as AppliedHE. And we need to have a minimum of 200 students enrolled per employment cluster. And as you could see from Mandy's presentation, that there can be multiple programs under a single cluster. But we want that minimum so that we have a reasonable scale at which we can do surveys and so on. So again, these are the 22 employment clusters that we have right now, something which we do intend to revise. And the starting point for this is indeed the International Standard Industry Classification. We wanted to start at where is kind of the real economy classified, and then subdivide into areas. Now, of course, in some cases there is considerable overlap between what you would traditionally consider a subject. In other cases, the programs under the employment cluster are a bit different. But this is really the way we see it, because we recognize that industries work in completely different ways, and also institutions often have different strengths in different areas. It's rare that an institution is completely equally balanced in every single area. And of course, the most important point is students tend to decide first what they want to study, where they want to find a career, and then where they go. So this also fits with the search process that a student goes through. And for that matter, an employer will decide to collaborate with you because of the fields that you cover. Now, the criteria that we have, we look at outcomes, We look at delivery, and those are kind of the two classic ways in which you assess skills-based education. And then the third pillar is institutions. So we also look at the quality of the institution, which will ultimately help to deliver the outcomes and also the delivery. So we have three pillars based on which we evaluate. Now, starting with outcomes, we look at graduate reputation, employability, remuneration, and advancement and entrepreneurship. Now, graduate reputation is basically asking employers, what do you think about the graduates? And we give them, I think, 5 or 6 different criteria to evaluate that. In remuneration, we also put work-life balance, for instance, not just salary. So for graduate reputation in specifically, we ask employers the top 6, so technical and subject knowledge, problem-solving skills and creativity, teamwork and interpersonal skills, adaptability and resilience, communication skills, organizational and leadership skills. And I think some of these already came back in the earlier presentations. From some of the research we have looked at, these are generally regarded as among the most important characteristics that an employer looks for. And then the final one, ease of study, work transition. Now, you can see the weight, the points we assign, the scoring system. This is all based on the pilot study. We are looking at 5-point scale down to 3. We may tweak that as we get more data in the future. So there may be some changes there after the pilot. And then the source. So we get this data from employers or from alumni. So, of course, graduate reputation, we rely heavily on the judgment of employers who will eventually take on your graduates. Then for employability, we look at the 6-month post-graduation employment rate, which is probably something that you already provide to your government. It's a very common statistic. And we will kind of check that up by surveying your alumni, asking them, were you actually employed, etc. This is kind of a way for us to verify. We also look at employer demand for graduates. So we ask employers, okay, in this particular field, is it easy for you to get staff? Do you see your industry growing? So if it's a field that's terribly oversaturated, where there's really no future for it, then you would score lower there. So you want to take into account the demand component as well. Then remuneration, we look at graduate starting income, 5 years post-graduation income, and we have a kind of affordability formula. Now, these income levels are all based on kind of the national average for the country, for the market that you serve. So we would look at Indonesian statistics and then benchmark based on that. Now, you can always argue a little bit about what is the correct average and how should you measure it and but this is what we think is a reasonable approximation. Affordability, are the tuition fees in balance with the expected earnings potential? We think that's a relevant question to ask. And satisfaction with work-life balance. Of course, not every job is about pay, especially I think if you're in the education business. I mean, yeah, you could probably get jobs that could pay significantly more, but you do this because you enjoy the extra holidays, dealing with young people, things like that. So we recognize that for many professions, this is also a very important motivator. Now, career advancement and entrepreneurship. We basically ask employers, alumni, also students, some of these questions about graduate career advancement potential. Do these graduates have the potential? The career outlook, do they themselves, your alumni, see that they have opportunities to progress? Career and lifelong learning support from the institution, which we touched on a little bit during the discussion already. Can students get lifelong learning support from you? There are some great examples where institutions do alumni outreach and they combine it with lifelong learning. These kind of things, I think, are very beneficial. And we also look at entrepreneurial action and intent and preparedness. So we don't specifically look at innovation, which was something I think Dr. Poriona brought up, but entrepreneurship, yes. We feel that belongs in our general rating. Are people willing to start a business, start something new, or at least do they feel prepared for it? Not everybody has to become an entrepreneur. Entrepreneurial skills are also highly valued by employers because you have self-motivated employees, so that's very valuable. Then for delivery, we have 4 categories. We have teaching and learning, which you would of course expect. We look at faculty quality through our own specific lens. At student industry exposure, again, the internships mentioned by Dr. Ocampo, very important point. And then we look at intercultural competence or international exposure. And I'll get into that in a second. We are basically having 2 measures right now in the pilot. We may move to a single measure at some stage in the future, but right now we basically couldn't choose, so I will share with you both ways. Now, teaching and learning, we look at student satisfaction with teaching and learning, student satisfaction with facilities, learning resources, and class size, and also student satisfaction with the campus environment. We look at the completion rate after the first year, and we look at faculty perception of teaching and learning. Now, the first 3 are often contained in national student surveys. I'm not sure if there's a national student survey in Indonesia, but in principle, if that data is available, we would try and map to it or perhaps use that data as well, so that we don't repeat or we don't overload students with surveys. The completion rate after the first year, I suppose, is something that perhaps you're already reporting to government and whatnot, so there's no issue there. Again, we ask a little bit students, do you expect to drop out of this course? Do you expect to complete it? If there's huge imbalance there, then we will investigate further. Faculty perception of teaching and learning. We found in our pilot so far that faculty are remarkably honest about the quality of teaching and learning at their own institution. They're not necessarily beholden to the institution to always report, oh, everything is fantastic here. So we do think their opinion is valuable. That's why we include it. Faculty quality. We look at faculty holding a teaching qualification. Now, a teaching qualification for us is at least 400 hours of certified coursework or practicum. It can be internal, it can be external. And we have a ratio of between 100% to 70%. So basically, we expect faculty to have a teaching qualification, right? So that's clearly where we've made a decision, especially in skills-based education, most of your faculty should have the teaching qualification. We will get this from faculty. Alternatively, we can get it from institutions directly. So we can have different arrangements of gathering that data. If your institution has all of this on file, then we can maybe work directly with the institution, but we can also request the faculty to upload evidence in our surveying system. So we're very flexible. Faculty industry experience. We're looking for about 10 years, scaled down to 5, again, because we believe that in skills-based, employment-focused education, faculty need to have industry experience. They need to know how things work in the industry for which they are preparing graduates. We look at faculty satisfaction with working conditions for the simple reason that happy faculty are often good faculty. They teach well, they're motivated, etc. We look at the faculty retention rate, and there we have a 5 to 15 year service limit. Now, what is the thinking behind this? If an institution has a very high turnover, you have a problem, right? There's no accumulation of institutional knowledge and so on. Probably something is wrong at the institution. At the same time, if the institution has 0 turnover, if it's the same faculty that have been sitting there for 25 years, probably there's not much renewal going on. So an institution should probably be somewhere in the middle with a reasonable amount of turnover, also a reasonable amount of turmoil, and a reasonable amount of stability, right? There's a golden middle somewhere, which we're hoping to measure in this way. We also look at faculty with outside industry appointments, consultancy, professional association, board membership, anything. Basically, any faculty member that holds such a position. So we're quite broad in interpreting what that means. It's basically just that the faculty still have a toe in industry, that is still having that real-life contact. Then, in terms of student industry exposure, we ask students, we look at the employer satisfaction with the industry exposure. Do the employers, are they happy? We look at the student satisfaction. We also look at the faculty satisfaction. Do faculty think this fits well within what is being offered? I mean, look, if the student is just making coffee for everybody, clearly it doesn't fit in the curriculum, unless it's barista course, of course. But you can have industry attachments which really don't give the students very much first-hand experience, right? And faculty can judge that, as can students and employers. And we also look at students' guidance during industry exposure. It's not good to throw students completely into the deep end, and you need that guidance there. And we asked students and faculty if it's in place. Then intercultural competence. This we basically, we use intercultural competence surveys. The reasoning behind this is that in many rankings there's an internationalization component. However, for skills-based kind of professional institutions, sometimes they are not allowed to accept international students. It's explicitly against their mission because they're funded by the government. They should educate local people. Sometimes they also don't see the purpose because they're educating very much for local industry, local whatnot. And perhaps again, as Professor Moritz was mentioning, you could be in a very small town in Germany, spend 2 years of your course there, yet be highly internationalized because you're exposed to various experiences. So the international experience in itself doesn't always mean very much. So then the idea, and also again to be non-prescriptive, is to have intercultural competence, to measure interpersonal skills, teamwork, intercultural tolerance, and intercultural empathy. And there's basically a series of questions coming from social sciences research that we include. And yeah, then you have a kind of an impression how interculturally competent the student body is. Then international exposure. We look at students spending at least 1 month abroad to 3 months. So 1 month would be for professional, 3 months for university. We look at international faculty and also at international students. Now, international faculty and international students, we define as any person who has spent at least 2 years abroad. So again, we recognize that for many skills-based institutions, there can be a lot of restrictions also on nationality. So the 2 years abroad, perhaps for work experience or doing a master degree abroad, is already counted as international. So that's how we want to measure international exposure. There are pros and cons to both approaches. I don't think we'll include both in the final configuration, but right now we have both. You as an institution can choose which one you want to be evaluated based on. Basically, we can take the best score for which one and then put you there. But this is kind of, it is a pilot. We are still experimenting a little bit. Now, for the institutional component, there are some clear differences between universities and professional. And if you can spot the difference, of course, the difference is applied research. We don't expect professional rated institutions to do applied research. And so we redistribute those points to the other criteria. Because there is more emphasis on inclusiveness and accessibility, community engagement is often expected from these professional focused institutions. So it seems to be like a fair redistribution. I'll now share with you these criteria for universities, just bearing in mind that for professional, you don't have to think about applied research. Yes. 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 If you choose. The way I see it, it's your call. If you say, I do substantial research, which I want to be recognized, then we will rank you as a university. But if you don't want to be evaluated on that criteria, then we will rank you under professional. And maybe for marketing reasons, it's better for you to be professional. That is your call. So then institutional reputation, we look at employer perception, referee faculty perception, and alumni perception. Referee faculty are basically faculty at other institutions that know about your institution. We briefly ask them what they think. Alumni perception, we ask them questions like, would you recommend family members or close friends to pursue the same course? These kinds of questions often solicit a kind of response allowing you to judge this. So institutional reputation we look at. Then inclusiveness and accessibility, we have a whole list. We have acceptance of differently abled and or pregnant / nursing students. So basically students who are non-standard, who have some additional needs. The facilities for differently abled students. Students receiving scholarships, grants or scholarships and loans. Gender balance among faculty, gender balance among students. Mature students, student perception and also faculty perception. Now let me go a little bit more into detail. Students receiving scholarships, grants or social loans, It's all added up together. It could be from your institution, it could also be granted by the government. If there is a situation like in the Philippines where the government pays for all education, it's automatically 100%, right? So we don't have to ask that question. But often it comes from multiple sources. So any form is counted. Then gender balance, we're not looking for 50-50. We're looking about 5 to 30% at least, because we think a gender balance is good. And it's not just having more women in male-dominated professions, but also having more men in female-dominated professions, such as perhaps nursing or early childcare, so on. Because we think, yeah, of course, it doesn't have to be 50-50, but it should be representative of the population to an extent, hence having that. And then if it's at the student level, it should also be at the faculty level. Then mature students with previous work experience, again in the thinking of lifelong learning or attracting people who are in a mid-career switch, that's something that's enriching. We feel that's part of the responsibility there, so that fits under inclusiveness and accessibility. Then student perceptions of safety and community, basically, do students feel comfortable? Do they feel safe on campus? It's a very basic question, but I think not unimportant. And the same thing for faculty perception. Do they feel that the curriculum, that the decisions, the academic decisions are made in a correct way, that there's a good governance structure in place? Then applied research, again, which only applies to institutions who choose to be rated as universities. We look at faculty research and professional activity during the past 3 years. Now, there's a few important things here. First of all, we look... the simplest way to explain this is if there is 3 scientific, let's say, Scopus Index publications a year for that faculty member, they check the box. But it doesn't have to be a Scopus publication. It could also be a contribution to the building code of the country, or it could be, if it's an artist, organizing an art exhibition. We have a very broad list of all of the things that count as research and professional activity. Also board memberships in many cases. So that's one thing. The second thing related to it is we're looking for many faculty members to be active. So if you have one faculty that produces 1,000 publications a year, hypothetically, and you have another 100 who perform 0, you score very low. We expect a lot of faculty members to be engaged in this kind of research or other professional activities. So that's that part. Then the employer perception of institutional expertise. We basically ask employers if they think that the people in your institution can help them solve their technical, their scientific problems. If they think that you have, respected professors, they would come to you for consulting, for technical advice, then you score well. Then for industry outreach, it's basically the ease with which this kind of collaboration can occur. So those 3 are our criteria for applied research. Again, not so much looking at the pure research performance as it's often evaluated, but more the way in which it engages with industry and the fact that everybody is involved in it. Then for community engagement, we look at positive external media mentions during the past 3 years. We look at online presence. These are we can source externally. Basically, if as an institution you do fantastic things, but nobody knows about it, we argue it doesn't count. You should be telling the world what you are doing, the things they're doing. I think for most of these things, you easily get the full points. Online presence, we use webometrics. Awareness of social outreach activities, environmental outreach activities, and also satisfaction with extracurricular activities and competitions. We basically ask the students if they feel that campus life, this extracurricular life, is present, is fulfilling, that they are aware of it. Then in addition to that, we gather qualitative information. So we will issue a rating, but on the online profile, we'll also put an employer profile with the type of organization, size, geographic distribution of who employs your students, so that your students have an idea, okay, if I go to this institution, I will most likely end up in the Yogyakarta region, and I will most likely work for the public sector, because that is what where the graduates have ended up. So that kind of information we give. We give the salary range, the work-life balance score, tuition fee range, and also the affordability score. Some core information for students to help them choose. Then the data collection. We have surveys, students, faculty, referee, faculty, employer, alumni, and also institutional. So there is a small institutional data submission component, fairly mild. Then this is just basically how the student, all these surveys look. So there's a personal information component because we need to verify who took the survey. There's an enrollment profile. We need to know where the student is studying to judge which employment cluster, for instance. Then we have, of course, the evaluation of teaching and learning, the intercultural competence, and then also the future outlook. And then we have some permissions and additional questions. The faculty survey, similar setup as you might expect. Now, qualifications and experience, either the institution can submit or we can source from faculty. And then they can also nominate referee faculty. So faculty can nominate colleagues at other institutions to give that feedback. And then the referee faculty, they again get very short evaluation of the institution. Again, they can nominate other referee faculty. Employers, similar setup, evaluation of graduates, industrial experience, or research and consulting. Now the point, there's a star there because we won't ask every employer everything. So the employer can say, okay, yes, we do hire graduates, but we don't offer internships. So then they would only answer about evaluation of graduates, right? So in that sense, it's tailored. It looks very long, but for many employers, it's a fairly short survey. And we also ask them to nominate alumni that they are aware of to also do the survey. Then for alumni survey, similar story. Entrepreneurship, again, is asked if they are involved in that, yes or no. And then, again, they can nominate employers and alumni. Then institutional data, this is the kind of data we want from you. Student profiles, faculty profiles, also contact information. Now, with the ones with the stars, there are some options. Specifically for contact information, due to privacy rules, many institutions cannot pass us student data. So in that sense, we cannot survey with the student email addresses and what have you. So we accommodate that, then we find another way. We basically send a link. So the survey distribution system, we will either, if you give us email addresses and telephone numbers, we send out the links. We send out invitations and we can follow up. It's the easiest way to do it for you as well. But if that's not possible, we distribute a kind of survey link, which will be appliedhe.org/UNY student or something like that. Something that's easy to remember, that you can put on a poster, whatnot, put on social media to try and drive up the responses. And also surveys can be translated. So it can be in Indonesian, in Javanese, whatnot, but you have to help us with the translation. So if you want to translate it, that's not a problem. We will give you the source text in English, you can translate it, and then, of course, if it's already been translated, it's not an issue. Unfortunately, if you're the first Indonesian university to participate, you would have to help us with translation. Then other survey issues, they can be translated, of course. Response rates can be monitored. We will send you a weekly update email to let you know how it's going. And the survey system is compliant with the GDPR guidelines, and I expect also with your local privacy regulations. So we have that fairly well covered. Now this is just to give you an idea about minimum response rates. We use good old normal distribution statistics and all those things we learned in high school and forgot immediately after, at least me. So let's say you have 200 students, then you would need this kind of response rates, 100 employers, maybe 80 responses. And of course, as the populations grow, the response rates go down. Of course, the number increases a little bit. Now for employers, we know employer responses are very difficult to get. So we would be okay having slightly lower response rates there. So I've put the 5% confidence interval, the 10% confidence interval. We do want to be realistic, but these are the kind of targets you would be looking at. Then a rating timeline. Oh, I'm running out of time. Basically, we have a coordination meeting where we can, after which we can set up the surveys. We run the surveys for maybe 4 weeks, but this depends really on what you need as an institution, what are good times to run the surveys. It can be very flexible. maybe at the end of exams, during your big alumni get-together once a year, whatnot. There can be good times to distribute and get the survey responses to increase. Then we produce a preliminary report, and while that is produced, we will also do an audit on the data. Now, assuming the audit doesn't show any problems, we give you a final report, and then you need to decide within 1 month whether you want to publish or not. So, important point here is that if you do not want to publish, that's okay. So if you get a rating result where you think, well, okay, I think we should have done better, or we really need to improve a few things, then you can choose to withhold publication. That's fine. And then maybe next year you try again, see if you get the result you want. So in that sense, it's very low risk, right? You do not have to go for it. You can also use it as your internal intelligence, etc. Now, the rating output, you get a badge, you get a certificate, you get a confidential report, and you get this online rating profile on AppliedHE.com, again, which we can withhold from publication. Now, very quickly about the pilot. It's basically intended to fine-tune the system, to test the system, implementation, build credibility, and of course, introduce it to the market. The benefits of participating now, as mentioned by Mandy, significantly reduced cost, right? So we're charging currently $10,000. You'll enjoy the early publicity as this comes out. You'll be one of the first institutions to have done it, so that's a benefit. You'll have that first mover advantage. And of course, there's more personal attention from us and opportunities to give feedback. Now we're still in the development stage. We really value your feedback. You can still push us in a certain direction. Of course, once the system is up and running, we cannot accommodate that anymore. How to convince your boss / secure buy-in from staff? Well, obviously, our criteria are better. It's a great marketing and PR tool, as mentioned. It can be a great way to restart alumni engagement, if that is an area you want to invest in. Similarly, for employer engagement, you say, oh, please fill out the rating, and maybe tie it to some more structural employer engagement. It's primarily survey-based, so the admin load is much lower than an alternative rating or an accreditation, which would cost you a tremendous amount of administrative work. You get access to all the stakeholder intelligence. It's 3 years validity, and of course, it's very low risk. If the results are not what you expected, you can stop publication. So getting started, there's an interest form, which we will flash on the screen a little bit later. We will then follow up with a quotation or have a Skype call, whatever you need, and then we can start the process. And I believe our price is valid until January 1st. It might be a bit longer, but it's not valid eternally. We need fairly quick decisions on this. The rating timeline already showed. Okay, thank you very much for your time. Officially, my time is up, but is there an urgent question? Yes. We have a traveling microphone. Or you can just speak loudly.
Thank you, Gatot Sumartono from Universitas Tarumanagara atau UNTAR Jakarta. Thank you, Peter, for the interesting presentation. I suppose that we all here are more familiar with QS ratings, and you are still new. My question is about whether you have the more or less the same like QS, that if I can understand correctly what Mandy said this morning, that the result of the process actually comes with jobs, right? The best one is 5 jobs, and then job, etc. And my question actually is that 5 jobs actually, not 5 jobs, 3 jobs, for instance, actually comes as combinations of several criteria. And then, do you also come with like QS that, for instance, in particular criteria, we get 5 jobs instead of just 3 jobs? And the other criteria, only one job. So that's why in accumulations, totally we get 3 jobs. That is my first question. The second one is that you don't mention the numbers of points that we need to collect in order to get 1 job. For instance, at QS, we have to collect 150 points for 1 star, 250 points for 2 stars, and etc. Does this apply to your system? Thank you.
The first one about can you break it down by category? Yes, you can. We will also publish the breakdown, and you can have a separate badge for that category. The second question about the scoring when you're in one job or the other, I didn't put it in there because we want to kind of see how the pilot works out. But there would be, of course, be a certain scoring tier, and we would slowly start adjusting that as the data comes in. Yeah, so yes, we also judge on that basis. But exactly what it is, I want to kind of withhold for a little while until we have done a few more pilots. Thank you for those questions. Yes, a lady in the back.
Thank you. I am Eva Anggreni from IPB University. We experience it's very difficult to get feedback from the employer, or I mean, so IPB has like a lower score in this point. So I would like to ask if you have some kind of suggestion for increasing to increase this feedback. And the other question is, this morning Ms. Mandy said that AppliedHE is aimed to be the Amazon of the university. I would like to ask, I assume that this would be used or for many stakeholders, including employers, industry, and etc. So my question is, so far, how far AppliedHE has been recognized by industry?
Okay, thank you very much for your questions. Starting with the last question, no employers have recognized AppliedHE because we haven't told them about it yet. So we're scheduled to launch next year or a few weeks from now. I think recognition, of course, will take time and education and things like that. So right now, off the bat, no. But that connects a little bit to your first question about how do you approach employers. And I think in a way, we want to encourage you to build relationships with your employers because I think it's the right thing to do. You should be doing it anyway as a skills-based employment-focused institution, and we can give you an extra impetus, an extra reason to try and do it. And I think as you reach out to employers for these surveys, I have a standard email for which I can share with you, like how to explain why this is important, why they should participate in the process, right? That's fine. But as we reach out to them, they will also learn more about the AppliedHE concept, the value that the rating offers. I think in terms of tips, I mean, it really depends. Some institutions, they have an employer day or an internship provider day. They inform them that way. There can be so many ways that they engage, but I think our message is yes, if you engage well with your employers, you will probably not have much of a problem getting the surveys filled out and come back to you. And even if that is the only thing we achieve with our rating, that you engage more with your employers, I'm very happy. I think we've done a good job. Yeah, the gentleman there, or yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm Andianto Patak from Universitas Negeri Makassar.
Okay.
I'm wondering, this methodology could be manipulated by many universities in Indonesia. How do you guarantee to validate the data from certain universities maybe that maybe will manipulate the data?
Yeah, we have experience with that. We've had institutions trying to provide fake survey results. That was the most significant one. I think, I mean, auditing is kind of a common sense process, right? So some information we do ask from the university, but there is always an alternative source, whether it's from the surveys or whether it's from public data. But definitely the surveys is a big part of that. Now, manipulation of surveys, it gets a bit technical, there are ways to detect it. and we've detected it in the past. So I think an institution would have to be very, very sophisticated if they wanted to manipulate the survey result. So we are, number one, we are very aware of the problem, and we believe we have safeguards. So if there's hugely outlying results between what the university reports and what we get back from the surveys, we will need to relook at this again. Now, if there's really an institution who's found to be explicitly manipulating the surveys, then they get kicked out of the rating, right? We refuse to rate them. Of course, sometimes it's an employee who's trying a bit too hard for his boss, so we try to be humanitarian about it. But yeah, at the end of the day, if there's clear manipulation, the institution denies it, then it's game over. But as with every rating, it is a concern. I think the second thing to point out that this is a rating, not a ranking, so perhaps the stakes are a little bit lower. And that makes it more reliable. Because basically, if you can use our rating system to discover new things about your own stakeholder, about your own institution. So if you decide to manipulate it, you're basically lying to yourself. Maybe won't stop people from doing it, but we hope that is another reason to discourage them from going about this. Because I think even if you want to have nothing to do with the rating, you say, the rating I don't really care about. I think the fact that these are such broad surveys, that there's kind of benchmarking with other institutions, already gives a tremendous amount of intelligence about what's going on in your institution. And you really have no interest to really try to manipulate it, especially considering that you can just withdraw the rating and decide not to publish it if the result is really not what you expected. So I hope, for those reasons, it will be very low. But should fraud occur and we should discover it, yeah, there will be consequences. Yeah. Can I let the gentleman in the back and then come back to you? Sorry.
Mangadar Situmorang from Unpar Parahyangan. Just very short question. In some universities, there are also academic, also vocational,
yes,
and also professional.
Yeah.
How do you treat these different kind of things like higher education? Thank you.
That's a good question. It's partly voluntary. I mean, in the sense that we will have a discussion with you. First of all, you don't have to, this is maybe important, you don't have to evaluate every employment cluster, right? You can choose to do certain ones to evaluate them and other ones not to evaluate them. That's the first point. Then you can say this set of programs belongs, I want that AppliedHE University rated, and those programs I want AppliedHE Professional rated. If you think that's a good way to do your branding and communication with employers, with students, we're not going to step in and say that you're wrong. But we just have a certain, let's call it a framework to do the rating. And we can go into a discussion which belongs where and how does it belong. So we don't want to force you into a certain direction. I hope that was your question, right? Okay. The cost? Right now the cost is 10,000. Sorry? No, everything. We will do one survey and then we cut everything up and we give you separate reports and badges for everything. So yeah, you get a lot of information from us. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, my question still relates to the gentleman behind there. So that's why I raised my hand. Actually, about manipulation, it is very important for us because we want to look better than the others, right? So we want to manipulate the data. And again, we are familiar with QS because my university, Untar itself, just run these QS ratings. And QS actually send incognito person, invisible person. They said like that one, that to make sure that we are not cheating. But I'm not really sure whether the person is there or not. I'm asking whether you also do the same. The second one is that QS actually assign one person. That is my own experience, that we have some changing persons basically because we change to, until 3 times the same different persons. But there must be one person assigned to attend this process. Yeah. So we are familiar with all the, the data, how to fulfill the data, how the criteria, how about the maximize our points, etc. Do you also assign such persons with $10,000? Thank you.
Yeah. No, thanks for the question. I think the first one about the, I think it's a fair point to mention. One of the things that we do, in principle, every person that fills out the survey is our incognito spy. Because we ask them, have you been manipulated or told to fill this in a certain way? And I think if that's going on some scale, we will get some suspicious answers. So I think we will know in that way. Of course, we have a huge army of spies, and don't you dare cheat. We have kind of the Santa Claus effect. We know everything that's going on, and who's been naughty and who's been nice. No, but in all seriousness, yes, we take the audit very seriously. There are techniques to find it out. Will we catch every fraud right as it's happening? Maybe not. Do I think there might be whistleblowers or something in the future? Yeah, I think so. But basically, it's very bad for our reputation if an institution is found to be clearly manipulating the results. So it is absolutely in our interest to prevent that from happening. And we're in here for the long term, so that's that. Then concerning how the management will go, as I showed, it's important to realize that our rating is actually simpler, a lot simpler than what QS offers. It's complex in the sense that there are all these surveys, but basically, okay, at the coordination meeting, we discuss in one time, okay, exactly which areas are you evaluating, which courses, how do you want to do that? There's one meeting where I send you a checklist beforehand, we discuss those points, we know how we're going to do it. Then you don't hear from us basically again. Then the surveys start at the dates that we agreed. You get your email with the updates of how the survey is going. And yeah, okay, once you've reached the numbers, great, you're done. And then you get your preliminary report and the final report. So I think the interaction and the burden is lower, significantly lower, because a lot of it is automated. Now, related to the question, will you have one person dealing with your case? Yes, that's definitely the intent. I think if we have sufficient people from Indonesia doing this, it would make sense to have kind of an Indonesian liaison officer. When we would be ready for that, I cannot exactly tell you. But it's definitely, if you sign up for the pilot, you'll be dealing with me for the time being. Yeah. I think we've officially gone over time. So I'd be very happy to answer your questions more a bit later on. Yeah, so thank you very much for your attention, and yeah, please do the pilot. And now I need to announce the next speaker, which is Professor Aaron Yan-Min Ren from Taiwan, Chinese Culture University. He's also the Vice President for Research and Development, and he can tell you exactly what he'll be speaking on next. Thank you. Officially 40 minutes. There were 10 minutes. Yeah, as long as you want. Shorter is
okay. Okay, thank you, Peter, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Minren Yan, Aaron. You could just call me Aaron. I'm from Taiwan Chinese Culture University. It is very nice to have this opportunity for my presentation, talking about the experience of Taiwan, our higher education system, and the system also for our vocational training, and what is we are doing at our university. And before the coffee break, I have to say that it is really challenging to have the afternoon session talking about this kind of topic. Yeah, I couldn't dance for you or singing loudly to keep you awake, but I hope you find some part interesting from my slide. Okay. But personally, I'm currently the Vice President for Research and Development at our university. I myself is also both involved for the job for higher educational system and vocational training. Later I'll explain more. And I also myself have some more experiences teaching abroad and study abroad, especially from United States. So we integrate some fashions from business school, like a Kellogg School or Stanford School to design at our university the system. And we also implement some vocational training approach and executive program like MIT Sloan School Experience and Harvard and Babson College is there. So later, my presentation will divide into two parts. The first part is about a very brief introduction of an overall educational system in Taiwan. And then our university is also among the top 3 largest university in Taiwan. So I think, I believe that the experience from my university will be one of the representative for Taiwanese education system. And Chinese Cultural University here, as you can say, is that this is our campus. It rainbows, it happens. And 2 years ago, we just have been recognized. Yeah, it's rainbow. So nice, everyone awake, great. Yeah. So 2 years ago, we have been recognized as a Guinness World Records. The rainbow is there, but well, for 9 hours, not 9 seconds, 9 hours. Okay, so it was a very, very lucky scenario. It rainbows at our city because our main campus is located on National Park. It's a mountain, Yangming Mountain. So, but the record is really not easy to get the certificate because we have to approve that the rainbow is standing there for 9 hours. So it is a research-based certificate. So we basically have a college and department, especially in aerospace and the earth science. So our research team, they make the record, the filming, to prove the photos for every second during the 9 hours sustaining, so that we submit the research article to get a certification. Yeah. Yeah. So and this is Taipei. This is the city that we stand at our university. That is the Taipei 101, and then this is so if you will be in our main campus, you will see that Taipei is there, Taipei City, and we are on the mountain here. So this is a very overview and the impression like Taiwan, okay? And our universities also maintain the largest training institutes in Taiwan. We basically trained around 10,000 trainees a year. So it is a billion business in terms of educational training. So the market share is around 45% in Taiwan. So we are really running big in Taiwan in terms of vocational training. Okay, and this is the some profile for the educational system in Taiwan. Like now Taiwan, we have a 23 million in population, but we have more than 150 universities. This is quite intensive. We have a conversation with the Singapore experience, like 6 university or 5, but we have more than 150 universities. So it is very competitive in terms of the faculty position, vacancy, student recruitment, something like this. And then the international proportion of international students is around 10%. Okay, so from my perspective, I think our educational system is stable and mature in terms of a domestic market. But in terms of international market, I think that there is still potential because we now only maintain 10% of the portion in the international students. And then we have 11 university ranked by QS ranking included in top Asian top 100 university. Okay, we have 11 university ranked by there. And then for this part, this is our general education system from kindergarten to higher education, like a Philippines system. Okay. And then the living cost and tuition in Taiwan is also, I think, is reasonable compared with European and US systems. So you could find that for our undergraduate program, normally we will you only need to spend less than $3,000 a year in terms of tuition. And the living cost is also around that scale, okay? So I think the country is friendly and diverse, and the city is modern and safe in Taiwan. And so it could be a friendly environment for learning, and you could learn some professionals, and you could have some on-job training there. You could also learn Mandarin and Chinese. We maintain traditional Chinese and Chinese culture, just like the name of our university, like this. And we also offer so many different type of scholarships for international students. Just like myself, I'm the director for executive MBA program, and I have several Indonesian students. Okay, they receive scholarship from my university. Sometimes for some students, we waive all the tuition and also cover the living cost for the talents. Okay, so the opportunity is there. And this is the higher education basically was in charge by the Ministry of Education in Taiwan. And in terms of vocational training, it was charged by the Ministry of Labor. So I divided into 3 portions. One is vocational training for unemployed workers. I'm not familiar with the Indonesian system, but in Taiwan, we particularly develop a system for unemployed workers. So if you are on the status of unemployment, the government will offer you some tuition, okay, to support your learning, to develop second skills, okay, for job skill, okay. And we also offer on-job training for employed workers. This is for the upgrading of the industry, okay, for supporting the career development continuously. So our government hosts the training institutes by the government. They also collaborate with universities. So as you knew that we have more than 150 universities, and they could collaborate with the Ministry of Labor in terms of vocational training. So from my perspective, I think Okay. Is it better? The voice? Okay. Yeah, so I think that the vocational training in Taiwan has an intensive program to cover basically every level of people, of the learner, including the youth. Okay, so the university basically we have some kind of a career development system developed by the Ministry of Labor. Just like myself, I have been involved in the policy committee as a member for that. There is a career development plan, and there is a learning portfolio. Okay, so we connect these two, okay, to evaluate the status of students' learning. Okay, so that to assure their competence. Okay, so this is a brief of the higher education system and vocational training system in Taiwan. And then what we are doing at Chinese Cultural University here is that, as I show you that this is Taiwan, and the areas which is nearby China, so and basically the East Asia, okay. And basically, in terms of a flight, we could reach almost every important city in Asia within 3 hours. So we have a strategic location geographically here. So I think it is also a good consideration for your stay and learning in Taiwan. And that is the location specifically for our main campus like that. This was in a national park, but only just around 30 minutes from center of the city. So I think this is okay, still in Taipei City. And this is some landscape of our main campus. And with you can say there, the building is special with the traditional Chinese cultural roof and the architecture. Okay, right here, and this is the mountain view, like that. Okay. So we basically, the founder of a Chinese Cultural University, my university was actually the commissioner of the Ministry of Education. So Dr. Zhang has a great vision to develop, to initiate a world-class higher education system, especially focuses on culture. It's a culture-based educational system. So this is why we give the name. And we would like to integrate the culture intrinsically and the modern scientific approach. Okay, like this. So in Chinese culture, there is a term, 6 R's is important for education that will comprise of how to cultivate the students' character and personalities, how to train the physical powerness. So we also focus on physical conditions, and how to develop the students' intelligence and professionals. Okay, and this is some profile of our university. Like we maintained 12 colleges. Our university is quite diverse, except for hospital. And we almost cover all the disciplines. We have offer more than 60 bachelor program and 40 graduate program. Okay, so it will include College of Liberal Art, Foreign Language, Science, Law, Social Science, Agricultural, Engineering, Business, Arts, Environmental Design, Education, Journalism, and Communications. So it's quite diverse, and it also turns to the largest private funded university in Taiwan. And we also have a very good global connections with our sister university. It's around, generally it's around, it's still increasing, but around 400 sister universities in the world. Okay, especially in Asia, there are almost 300 sister universities in Asia. So we have a conversation with the hosting organizers, Mandy and Peters, like something like that. It's just like us with the forum. We are the relevant and expert and participant who interested in delivering a better education system. We should work together to share more ideas. Okay. Okay, and this is the profile of the School of Continuing Education at our university, which is the largest training institute. So we basically set up several branches in Taipei City and also in Taichung and Kaohsiung, the central of Taiwan and the south of Taiwan. Because the character of a vocational training is that we have to be very closely connected to the industry and should also stand by for lifelong learning. So we basically, our university has a kindergarten. So we basically have students from 3 years old to 93 years old. Yeah, it is true. So it is really a long spectrum for lifelong learning program. And there is also another characters about the arts of lifelong learning. As I have been the chief operating officer for the School of Continuing Education. So I basically knew that how we should divide different parts of our educational program, okay, for different level of learner. It is very important. Okay, so this is our library, the number 2 big library. I just quickly show you some pictures, and we also has the first university museum in Taiwan. Okay, so the Taiwan is we have a Great Palace Museum, which is very famous. There's many Chinese culture and the treasures inside, and this is basically the same. And the first one museum in university. And we host more than 50 exhibitions a year, okay? And this is the sports, which was built for the largest stadium, university stadium in East Asia, when it was built, like this. So we are good at the sport education and physical education. It's like this, the dormitory, students' food court, classroom, like that. And myself, yeah, so you could see the scenery and rainbows, okay, while you have a lecture. Okay, and this is the auditorium. Okay, so the infrastructure is like that. And then, but I think innovation for education system is always important because we continuously innovate to do research and development, to cultivate our knowledge, to learn, to share, and to create the outcome. So there are some core ability developed. We have some kind of a comprehensive thinking. Okay, I just keep it going to let you know how our mindset to cultivate such kind of educational system at the university base. So it comprises some double degree program, English taught program, student exchange program, and scholarship system, something like that. And this is some profiles we basically connected to many sister university internationally. And this is our English taught program. We have this, but still not a big portion. I mean, roughly around 5% of the total course offered here. Okay, and this is one of the vocational training program that I'm the director for. This is we collaborate with MIT System Dynamics Society group, and we offer entrepreneurship education and strategic training in Asia. Okay. Okay, this is some exchange program. I can just quickly show you around. Okay, so with the program, we also focus on the engagement to the community and the industry. It is also important for today's university. And in Taiwan, we have a national policy. We call it University Social Responsibility. So the government, the Ministry of Education, will offer budget, okay, for the university to encourage students. Professor, they will initiate a team with the student to do some volunteering service or to offer some, research and development with the community to help to build up a better society. Okay, so this is the principle of USR, like this. Okay, so by doing this way, there will be a sustainable system like university and the government and the industry. They will be better equipped to work together to improve the performance by themselves. Okay, I'm just quickly show you around about what is our practice in Taiwan. And basically, I have to say, in Taiwan, we have a spatial system. It's like the Ministry of Education basically control everything. In Taiwan, we have a public university and also private university, but all the faculty and all the policy should be approved by the Ministry of Education. So that is why I show you the experience at Chinese Cultural University. Basically, the practice of Chinese Cultural University almost represent, the policy from the Ministry of Education. Okay, so it will comprise in terms of higher education, vocational training, and the educational policy about university social responsibility, and also how the government, they support the students' career development plan, something like this, so they will be connected together. Okay. So I think due to time limitation, I tend to just explain the experience here, and to save some time if we have any Q&A or to have a coffee break. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I suggest we go for the coffee break, and then hopefully you have a bit of time for Q&A with a little panel discussion at the end. So thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. Then we now go for the coffee break, and we will resume here at 4 p.m. So about 20 minutes coffee break. Yeah? So see you back here at 4 p.m. Thank you very much. And To take your seats. Before that, some housekeeping announcements. You see this beautiful QR code here, or appliedhe.com/pilot. You can register your interest to do the pilot through this thing as well. Then you don't have to send us an email afterwards. You can just fill in the form, click if you just want to receive the newsletter for now, or if you want to receive a quotation, whatnot. So please have a look, appliedhe.com/pilot, or use the QR code. Then regarding presentations, all the presentations that you've seen, provided that the speakers haven't boycotted them, we will make the PDFs available on the website, and we will email all of you the link. So the link will be sent to the email address that you gave us during registration. If for some reason you didn't register properly, just re-register or something, or just fill in the pilot thing, whatever. As long as we have your email address, we will send it to you. Now, without further ado, allow me to introduce Ms. Jenny Hedberg, Director of International Affairs at Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jenny Helen Hedberg. I'm Director of Office of International Affairs at NTU. So NTU is the Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. I will talk to you a little bit about how we work with employability and these kind of talent-related issues in Singapore and especially at NTU. But I wanted to start to liven this up a little bit because you've been listening to a lot of presentations with showing our corporate movie. The film is good. It gives you an overview of our campus. So let's start to have a look at that.
Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, is a world-leading research-intensive university. The growth of Asia has seen a rise in ambitious young Asian universities like NTU Singapore. As part of its Smart Campus vision, NTU is embracing technologies for better living, and learning. The cosmopolitan community is made up of 40,000 students, staff, and faculty, and an alumni family of more than 220,000 in 150 countries. The sprawling campus is an ideal testbed as leading industry players work with NTU on tomorrow's technologies. It has an ecosystem to support entrepreneurship and the translation of research into practical applications. NTU is globally recognized for its excellence in research and education in engineering, science, business, humanities, arts and social sciences, and education. Its joint medical school with Imperial College London has an innovative curriculum that draws on the strengths of both universities. Students enjoy a vibrant campus life and a well-rounded education. Recognized for its sustainability, NTU is frequently named among the top 15 most beautiful campuses in the world.
Thank you very much. I want to also thank, of course, the host, so State University of Yogyakarta, and also Applied Higher Exchange, and for inviting me here. So this is this is a building that we are very proud of, that you have on the side here. We call it the Hive. I don't know if you have visited NTU. Has anybody here been to NTU? No, okay. So you are very welcome to visit us. And if you would like to keep in touch with me, of course, we'll talk later and I will give you my name card also. This is the building that we call the Hive. And let me see. Does this work as a pointer? Ah, yeah. No. Behind, I see. Like this. Okay, okay, great. Thank you. This is where we do our education. So what is important for NTU is that we improve our research and our education at the same time. And this has been the key to the success of NTU. And the Hive is a very important example for us on how we are building the new buildings. So they include these kind of flipped classrooms. We call them flipped because the student is now in the center and not the professor. This building was designed by British architect Thomas Heatherwick, and it's been on the campus now for about 6 years. So all our professors can book these kind of classrooms and ask the students to come there. And we are actually not building any other new buildings with traditional lecture theaters, but only these kind of round classrooms now. So they come in all our new buildings. So I'll switch to this mic, I think. Maybe need to, no? Okay. This is a little bit about our vision. In Singapore, we have 6 universities now. And the 6 Singaporean universities are all state universities. So NTU is also, of course, a state public university. We have also foreign universities who are present with their campuses in Singapore, but those we do not count as Singaporean universities. But we are now 6 universities, and they're all publicly funded and run by the Ministry of Education, to whom we report. So this is a little bit of an overview of the history of NTU. We are founded in 1991, so in 2021 we will be 30 years old, and we will have a lot of celebrations. So maybe it's good if you wait until 2021 and you can visit us, because there will be loads of nice occasions to come to NTU. This is just to show you that actually it is possible for a university to go from being an institute for education, an educational university, to a top research university in just a few years. This is, of course, a very unusual trajectory for a university. I don't know of any other university in the world, actually, who has done it. But it is possible because NTU did it. Of course, Singapore has different financing for education and research than most countries. It's a unique position where the government has really emphasized on education and research. So that obviously is the main reason why it was possible. But there's also been a lot of investment from people who worked very hard to bring NTU up to the standards that it has today. So the big switch in Singapore was in 2005 when the National Research Foundation was opened. And the government decided to increase research funding a lot for Singapore. So this is in 2005. So our university was mainly an education place until 2005, when the research really took off. So this is important to remember, that actually it's only been a period of 15 years that NTU has really emphasized on research. But now we are up and competing with the top universities in the world in many, many research areas. This is the hive, the building from the inside. That's what it looks like when you're inside. So we have about 32,000 students. In Singapore, we have a special cap on foreign students from the government. So we can only take in 12% foreign students on undergraduate level. On master's and PhD level, we are free to take in as many foreign students as we want. But undergrads, only 12% foreign students. So it's very competitive, both for Singaporean students and for foreign students to get into NTU. We have about 5,000 academic staff and 3,000 admin staff. But we have a very high level here, you can see, of international faculty and research staff, so academic staff. It's 67% of the total staff numbers. And that is because, of course, in Singapore, it's not so easy to attract researchers because Singapore doesn't have a long tradition of higher education and research. So we need to find those people abroad. But it's also a conscious choice by NTU, and I will come back to that later. This is the structure. So we follow a US system with colleges and schools. And the backbone of NTU is engineering. That's how it all started. And that's still 50% of what we do is engineering. So half of the students are enrolled in engineering, and that is where also half of the research funding goes. And it feeds in sort of to the other colleges and schools. So everybody is working together, and engineering is the basis for almost everything what we do. We have some pan-university institutes, and those are very interesting institutes. They are interdisciplinary, and they draw faculty from all over the university. This has been very important for the development of NTU, that we can work interdisciplinary, and we can draw people that we need for different projects from different parts of the university. So this is where actually some of the most famous research outcomes come from, like ARIAN. This is our Energy Research Institute. NURI, that's the Water Research Institute. Very, very important for NTU and for Singapore. So our PhD students can work in the College of Engineering, but then they can be called on to do some projects at ARIAN, for example. So this is also for the students a great opportunity to move between these top research parts of NTU. So this is how we are doing in the rankings. And I want to emphasize that NTU has always, in the last years, been very positive towards the rankings, because it has helped us a lot with our marketing. It has helped us a lot with our reputation. So we went into the rankings quite early and quite forcefully. So with QS and Times Higher Education both, and also of course other rankings like Nature, etc., then we have worked a lot to dig out the data and to communicate and be active together with the ranking and branding agencies. So we are now also, of course, looking at the new ratings that we have been discussing today, and we are very open to start looking at those kind of venues as well. For NTU, employability is key to everything we do. It's also our mission from the government. We work very closely, of course, with the government, since we're a public university. And for the government of Singapore, employability for the students is everything, you know. So we do not start a new course, bachelor or master, if it has not been agreed with the ministry, and if we haven't done some market research first, if these students will be eligible for jobs in Singapore. So this is very important for us, and you can see how we have how we are now in the different rankings. So this is QS 2020, and this is Times Higher, World University Rankings, etc. So we are a very international university, like I said. We try to send out 80% of our students in 2020, and we are already at 74%. So we send out a lot of students on different exchange programs, summer courses, language courses, etc. It's important to us. We work very closely with industry partners from abroad and with university partners from abroad as well. So international has also helped us a lot in the rankings, of course. And the big advantage with Singapore is that all the courses are taught in English, which is, you know, the key for becoming an international university. I come myself from Sweden, and in Sweden we did a reform in the 90s. So in 1995, we switched 30% of the courses from Swedish to English on the undergraduate level. And that was the key for the Swedish universities. That's when it all happened, and we could become international universities in Sweden too. So, but Singapore never had to do this, of course, because higher education since the 1950s have been done in English. So that's very convenient for us. We have a global curriculum. And I want, since we are talking here today a lot about education and learning, these are the 5 C's that we talk about at NTU. So those are 5 core values that we work with. So character, competence, communication, creativity, and civic mindedness. So this is like the red thread in all our education. And when we develop new courses, we have to look at this. It is important for us that we create top students who can also make it to the top in Singapore, but also abroad, of course. So these are some of the key components in all of our courses. This is our education map. So you can see this, the 5 C's also in, in the middle there. Let's see here. And so we talk about global environment, 21st century skills, and over here we talk about the learning needs of the new generation and the social transformation. So all that are values that we include in our education to nurture the students at NTU. This is the teaching ecosystem, experiential learning. So we work very much with what we call TEL, and that's the technology enhanced learning. So I showed you pictures of the hive before. And now all of our courses, or 80% of our courses will be TEL courses in 2020. And the goal is that very soon we will have 100% of our courses TEL enhanced. So this is a big effort also by NTU. And NTU is the university in Singapore that invests most resources and money on education. So we are leading the field in Singapore and switching all of our courses into flipped classroom courses and using TEL in every course. So that's super important for us. And we try to include the research experience for the undergraduate students also. So they get to go, we have some of the best labs in the world now in 3D printing, robotics, artificial intelligence, etc. And even the undergrad students are invited to do a research experience in those labs. We have technopreneurship and innovation. So actually all our undergraduate students are obliged to study entrepreneurship as well. So we have minors and other shorter courses in innovation. We also teach it as a master, so we have a master of technopreneurship. We have residential education. So residential education is on campus because we can host, we have 16,000 students living on NTU. So NTU is very far from from Singapore city, if you like. I mean, Singapore is a very small island, as you know, and it's like a big city, but it has a city center, and we are not there. We are on the west coast, so very far away from the city center with Singapore standards, and we are much closer to Malaysia than we are to the center of Singapore. But the advantage is that 16,000 students can live on our campus, and they also get education where they live. So in the halls where they live, we also give courses. And we have private sector attachment, so all the engineering students have to do a semester as an internship. That's the minimum that they are required to do in a company. And of course, international experience is very important to us, like I talked about. So actually, if you do a 4-year engineering course with us, many students are away first half a year in Japan doing an industrial traineeship, and then maybe in Italy studying something else on an exchange. So it's very common that they spend out of 4 years, 1 or 1.5 years abroad. So we are striving for a holistic undergraduate education experience, as I have talked about previously. So this is how we do it. Global education, and the curriculum is wide. We have 103 programs and many minors, 38 minors, and many small courses that we call electives, so 1,400 electives. Academic excellence, so we have scholarships programs for the top students, and we prepare the students for their career. So we have a career and attachment office that works very hard with our employability program. We have a good infrastructure. The campus is very important for us. We have teaching and learning excellence, residential learning, and financial support if we have students who cannot finance their studies or their stay with us. We have developed a number of joint and dual PhD programs, and this is developing all the time, so we are getting more and more of these. And this is the outbound student mobility. So you can see where the students prefer to go. Top destination at the moment is the UK, then Korea, and that's, of course, the Korean universities, as we all know, have been very active internationally, but it's also much due to K-pop, which is super big in Singapore, and all the students love K-pop, so that's why they want to go to Korea. And Canada is big, Sweden, where I come from, is also big, and the US. So this is where the students are coming in from. It's also about the same, it's the usual suspects a bit, so UK, Sweden, US, Canada, and this is the Netherlands, very popular for them to come to Singapore. The interesting thing is that now the Ministry of Education has just come up with a new rule for us in terms of exchange students. So we will have to send 48% of our exchange students to what they call ACI countries. So that's ASEAN, China, and India. So this is why probably my colleagues will start reaching out to you for new exchange programs, because we will need to send more students to ASEAN, and Indonesia, of course, is included there. This is our career and attachment office. I don't want to go in too deep in what they do, but they really spend a lot of time in thinking about how to prepare our students for a good career in Singapore, but also, of course, abroad. So they help with everything from writing CVs, doing mock interviews, if you like, and helping with traineeships abroad, but also in Singapore, etc. So in Singapore, we talk about the triple helix model. So we work very closely with the government, of course, and we work very closely with industry as well. I will come back to that later. But we have the advantage of being able to work all together. So the triple helix means these three components, and together we can look for money for research collaboration from the government. So for example, if a foreign company comes to us and they want to set up a corporate lab, we discuss with them, and the government will pay for 1/3, and the company will pay for 1/3, and NTU will pay for 1/3 of the expenses. That's how it works in Singapore. So it's a very fruitful model, and we benefit a lot from that. And of course, the companies also benefit because they can get research done for 1/3 of the price than what they would have to put up with if they arranged it on their own premises. So, and they have access, I mean, to some of the world's top researchers. So the triple helix model has been very fruitful for Singapore and also, of course, for NTU. Yeah, so this is the innovation ecosystem that I wanted to show you a little bit as well. So we have the triple helix here, and the vision behind it is to have impact and influence. So seamless integration of the research enterprise with education, innovation, and impactful realization. So we move over here to the strategy. And there are 5 different strands: to develop talent, to secure funding, grow infrastructure, create partnerships, and capture value. And this is the research ecosystem integration across the different technology readiness levels. So we have corporate labs. Those are the big labs that we have with the major partners. That's the corporate labs. We have technology demonstrators, living laboratories. We have the pan-universities that I talked about before here in the middle, fundamental research, thematic research, and the national laboratory partnerships. So quite a number of initiatives. And in fact, we can work with companies in 10 different ways in Singapore, and we do that also. So this is the map of countries, yes, where the industry collaborators come from. So as you can see, we don't have a lot at all here. This is an old map, sorry for that, but HP, Hewlett-Packard should be on. And we have a few more partners here now. But as you can see, most of our partners are actually coming from Europe, and then we have a growing interest from China also. So we have just started a big lab with Alibaba. We are working with Tencent, SenseTime, etc. as well. But the majority of our partners are from Europe. So these are the corporate labs. So as you can see, they are quite high in terms of funding. So this one with Rolls-Royce. Rolls-Royce is our biggest industrial partner, And the reason for that is that they have a big factory in Singapore doing airplane engines. So we are working with them to develop the new generation of engines for airplanes, and we have 3 different labs with Rolls-Royce. So already next year, we think that we will be able to fly a plane on an electrical engine built at NTU. So we are looking forward to that, but of course that will be a small plane, not a big jet plane. That will take another 15 years or so to develop those kind of engines and batteries and everything what you need. But Royce is our biggest partner. ST Engineering is a local company, HP of course American, and then we have Delta and a few others. So those are our big corporate labs. So here, of course, it's very important for the students too. So Royce is employing about 50 PhD students who can work there, and also masters and undergraduate students can come into the Rolls-Royce lab. So this is a perfect way also to involve the students and to make them taste a little bit of working life before they graduate. So they are sometimes employed also in these kind of labs. We work a lot with the campus. The campus is for us our biggest asset that we have. It was a private donation from private families living in Nanyang, which means South China Sea or Southeast Asia. And so those were actually overseas Chinese families living in the region, and they collected money and they created a fund and they bought the campus for us. But that's a long time ago, and that doesn't really concern the NTU that we have today. But this is why we have such a big campus. It's the largest one in Singapore. And it means a lot to us because we can house all the students there. We have a very beautiful tropical campus, residential for them. And we can also invite the companies to come and work with us there. So I think the campus is really the key. It's also very important for you to draw international faculty. So our international faculty can come and live on the campus with their families, and they don't have to pay the sky-high Singaporean rents downtown, but they can actually live quite affordably on the campus. And still it's nice, you know, we have a swimming pool, we have tennis courts, we have everything what you need in terms of sports and also a bit of culture. So we use the campus also as a test bed for different research that we do. So it's like a living laboratory and a smart campus, because Singapore likes to call itself a smart nation, and it is actually a smart nation also. And NTU is working very closely with different agencies, governmental agencies, to develop this. So these are some of the companies that are involved in developing these kind of green building systems. We are also working on user behavior with the company, and this is, of course, a university in Switzerland. And we are working on energy, information analytics, urban mobility, and also integration and smart grids. Up here. So we have a lot of companies who come together and work with us on the development of our campus, which serves as a model for the whole country. So these are some of our technology demonstrators. So we have READS, which is an energy integration demonstrator. We have CETRAN, which is the test track for Singapore, where we can test autonomous vehicles and electrical vehicles that we are developing. And we have the waste-to-energy plant as well. This is, except for the campus, this is, of course, a very valuable asset for us as well. So this has been since 2005 a real effort that NTU has been going through So in 2005, we switched to tenure-based system. So it means, of course, that everybody has to work really hard at NTU to publish and be really in front of everybody else in terms of their research. So we have gone after some global talent, really pinpointed them, targeted them, and asked them to come to Singapore. So we do international searches, but we also approach researchers that we really want to have, and we propose to them to come and that they can set up their own labs, etc., in Singapore. So this has been a very important move to draw talented academics from all over the world. This part has been maybe this is maybe the most important reason why NTU has risen so rapidly in the rankings, because these are two different schemes where we can draw young talents from all over the world. So we have the NRF fellowships and we have the Nanyang assistant professorships. So those are two schemes. One is funded by the NRF, so the National Research Foundation, and one is funded by our university on its own. So this is what each researchers are awarded by NTU and by NRF. So we have drawn a lot of young, talented faculty from all over the world, and they represent 5% of the total academic staff in NTU, but they produce 36% of the citations. So 36% of citations come from this group, and they are just 5% of the total academic staff in NTU. So this is a super important move that NTU has done. And this is just a map to show you a bit where these people are coming from. But out of 86 NRF fellows, so for the whole of Singapore, 40 of those have come to NTU in the last year. And we also have 59 Nanyang assistant professorships. So in total, we are talking about a number of 100 people, which is not huge, right? But they are very active and they produce a lot of publications and citations for us. So this is how we've gone up in terms of publications in journals over the last year, since 2011. So you can see that it's a very rapid growth for NTU. We work very closely with our alumni associations. That's also very important for the students because they can get them as mentors later, and they organize traineeships for us, etc., etc. So this is a big effort from our side also. We have a big alumni office who work very closely. The group is very active in China, so this is where we have the most activity after Singapore. But we have also set up, so we are active here in Indonesia. We have quite a big group of alumni here, and also, of course, in other parts of the world. We are active in a few alliances and networks. We are trying to cut down a little bit our memberships because it takes so much time to go around to all meetings, etc. So we have kept only the ones that we really like. So that was all I wanted to say. But in short, maybe the summary is that NTU, with this very, very rapid trajectory it's had, we have emphasized on education and research at the same time. So those have been two parallel tracks for NTU. And thank you very much for being so patient and listening to me.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll now have about maybe 10 minutes or 15 minutes for the panel. So if I can invite Jenny to stay on the stage and then Aaron to come up. And then you're very welcome to ask them questions for a little while. Well, since Jenny's already up here, is there any questions for Jenny about NTU? Yeah, I see. Oh, there's a hand up there. Yes. and there's a microphone traveling to you. Do you want to sit down? Yeah, sure. Just enjoy. Please. Go ahead. Sorry, checking that you're awake. Okay.
Yeah, my name is Eva Anggreni from IPB University. I would like to ask for Miss Jenny. It's very impressive achievement that NTU has made in the quite young age, I guess, since 1991. And one concern recently in relation to many things, and also the millennial era, I guess, like how startup has been encouraged to grow. So I would like to know how NTU devoted efforts in growing startups since last few years. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so I didn't really mention that, but we have a company or an incubator called Intuitive. So this is the incubator where students can start their own companies and staff can start their own companies as well. So we have about 300 companies of our own from students and staff in this incubator. And it goes well, but I must say one thing which differentiates Singapore from Europe is that we don't have much venture capital in Singapore. So this is our biggest problem, that we have a hard time finding investors who are willing to put up money to encourage students and staff to start their own companies. So this basically has to come from the university itself, and of course it's hard for NTU to raise all that kind of money also. But we are doing our best, but that's the problem that we have, that in terms of VC, it's not a great amount around in Singapore. But we are active, and I think 200 to 300 companies is quite good. Anyway, we are happy with that. But as I said, all our students have to take courses in entrepreneurship, and that is also organized by Intuitive. And they have a nice place where they have what they call maker spaces too. So students can come in and play with robots and all kinds of material, get courses in artificial intelligence to try to inspire them to start companies around that. So we are doing everything what we can. I think one thing that we really try to do is to try to make our students what you call T-shaped, so that they're not only engineers, but they also have this level of social interest, humanity. So they all have to study. If they do engineering, they all have to study also humanities and social science. So in a way, we're trying to open the box a little bit, because Singapore's school system is very rigid and strict, and the students who come to NTU have studied very hard for many years, and they have not, played really a lot, but they have studied, and they are a little bit maybe square in their thinking. And this is why we're working so hard with trying to make them pursue their interests and open up their minds and get them encouraged with entrepreneurship, etc. So it's a super important topic for us, this that you brought up. So thank you for that.
Perhaps I can pass on this question to Professor Aaron as well. The Taiwan startup thing, I understand you're a researcher in innovation and things like that. Could you perhaps comment maybe a little bit how Taiwan is different from Singapore or similar? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good question. In Taiwan, again, the Ministry of Education, they set up a nationwide policy for innovation and entrepreneurship education. And fortunately, our university is the national office, project office for this project. The project has been 11 years. So for every year, we incubate more than 400 young talent startup team from more than 100 universities submitted to our office, and then we have a review that. Okay, so this is again, this is a government-funded innovation and entrepreneurship incubation project. Okay, very similar like this. But in Taiwan, just we normally say pie. So this is a T shape, and we used to say pie. Like a laser foundation, and the pie is with an emphasis of a second skill. So you have the major and the second skill, and with the current trend in career. So this is the approach with. So this thinking comprised of higher education and vocational training. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the floor? Yes, there's a gentleman in the back.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. I would like to ask a question. Well, we've been talking about student exchange. It means that our student can go to your university and get some knowledge. Well, the question is that, is it possible for the campus staff or the lecturer to do the same thing? I mean, we can go there and have some knowledge, or we can join like a month or two, and we can adopt some or copy some system that is applied in a university. Thank you.
Could you mention your name and institution?
Sigit. My name is Sigit, and I'm from AKAP and Bahtera. It's a port and commercial shipping management academy.
Thank you very much. Yeah, go ahead. Who would like to answer first? You? Or?
I can start. I mean, Singapore is quite new in terms of higher education and research, like I've said before, and we have sort of profited a lot from the neighbor countries. You know, we have taken a lot of impulses from Malaysia, Indonesia, etc., to form our universities. So now it's a little bit payback time for Singapore, we think. So we welcome all delegations from ASEAN who want to come and benchmark, if they like, from Singapore and NTU. So we have, my office runs all the visits for NTU. There are more than 300 VIP visits per year. So it's a big job for us, but we are very happy to see delegations from ASEAN coming. And we are very happy if you want to come and do a traineeship or spend some time with us, or if your faculty wants to come for a sabbatical, etc. That's something that we are very open to. So just let us know, and we will try to arrange.
Yeah, very similar to Singapore's practice. That we also have many different type of exchange student program. I would like to emphasize on the diversity of the current trend in student exchange program. Faculty the same. The faculty exchange is the student and faculty exchange program. Like they are now different type, like a research-based one, and the regular one. And you could also combine it with the executive, like apply the research with the industry. So it could be customized and flexible. This is what I want to extend the idea. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions at the moment? Yes, gentleman here.
Sorry for having another opportunity to raise question. Mangadar Situmorang from Parahyangan Catholic University. I'm very impressed, and if I was asked about, is it the only way for universities to have to such level of, let's say, NTU and Chinese Cultural University? Or if I put it in another way, what do you think about the prospect of universities in Indonesia? Are you going to see that Indonesia has the prospect to be, let's say, in such a level of university? I hope you got my point. Thank you.
So basically the question is, can Indonesian universities be like CCU or NTU? Maybe what does it take, or do you see this developing in the next 10 years or so?
Is there any pathway, let's say, to be a good university? Thank you.
Okay, very broad question, so easy to answer.
A simple answer, of course, it can be, yeah. So yeah, I have a confidence with that. But I would like to add on ideas of more resource-based views. So my suggestion is that every country and every region will have a different character in terms of their market and their resources. So you could starting from within. You have a global view and connection, but you need a self-reflection about what is your unique strengths, starting from within. This is a resource-based view. So eventually, I think, yeah, you will have a good potential.
If I can also, I mean, I talked a lot about the different tricks that NTU has used to go up the rankings. They are not tricks per se, but they are strategic efforts that we have done. Yeah, so you know some of them now. And it is possible, of course, for all universities, because for NTU this was done in 15 years. But you need a good funding from the government and or from industry and from donors as well. And you need to work hard. I mean, the leadership of NTU never rests. You know, they sleep a few hours per night, but they're always thinking about how to develop the university. So it's a lot of money, but also a lot of hard work. But what I can see here now, because Singapore is now the fastest aging country of all in the world, so they have passed Japan. And we are getting fewer and fewer students already, which is becoming a problem for the universities in Singapore. And what I see here is this massive country with so many young people. And what I hear about Indonesia is that it's difficult for your young people to enter the universities, although you have many universities, but they're not really enough. So, and I feel personally that's a little bit of a pity for Indonesia, that now you have this exploding population, all these young people who could benefit from higher education. So maybe it's time to widen and try to accept more students into the universities, because this is your chance. In 20 years you will be like Singapore, also with a population that is going down. I understand that it's hard for the universities and for the ministry to suddenly come up with a lot of new universities, but I think it's important that more people get access to higher education and research.
Okay, I would like to extend some ideas since Singapore is a more public university, public funded. And Chinese Cultural University is a private funded university, so I would like to extend some idea about that. If for public funded university, the government is very important. But for private funded university, there's another path is to find your unique. Just like the American university, most of the best university is private funded university. And the principle is this, that you need to find your unique strengths. Sometimes without government funding, it depends. On. So you have a different pathway. One is to catch up the government's attendance. The second one is directly to the market, and it don't necessarily to the university should be the big. For example, the Babson College in the United States, Boston, is the best university in terms of entrepreneurship education. It is actually a small college, but they only focus on one area for 40 years, entrepreneurship. So, and there's also Olin College, focused on engineering, and Caltech, only 2,000 students for the university. So this is some other example about the private fund university. So I think it will be more comprehensive, because in Taiwan, we have a half public fund and private fund. So they're basically different strategy for the development.
No, thank you very much. And interesting private sector versus public sector funding perspective, which you also have in Indonesia, private and public sector. Are there any other questions? No? Then we've done very well. We've answered all your questions today. Well, then, yeah, let's wrap up. Thank you very much, all of you, for joining us for this presentation. In a few moments, I will hand my microphone to the MC, who will do the official closing. But just from me personally, thanks again to the speakers and for everybody for your questions and your participation. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now almost at the end of today's seminar. The last items of the agenda are the closing remarks. The first closing remark is made by the Vice Rector for Planning and Cooperations of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Renat Senam.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good evening, the honorable speakers, the honorable rectors, vice rectors, and head of international office, and all of delegates from the university in Indonesia, from Aceh to Papua. First of all, we would like to thank for coming at the University of Yogyakarta, actually, and I believe that you have many things, many experience here, and we can discuss experience about how to manage the university. And I think we have dream we will be as a world-class university. And I think Ms. Mandy Mock and many speakers told us about the strategy for increasing of the university, and also the important question is, what will we do tomorrow or in today's and 3 days? And after discussion here, and I think in next month after launching, we will get the PowerPoint presentation for the speakers, and we can more and more elaborate and extend about the content of the presentation, and we can follow up the presentation. And I think we can discuss more with the founder of Applied Higher Education, Ms. Mandy Mock. That don't worry, and I think for today enough, and we do hope that we can meet again in the, I think in next year, because today is the end of December, and also I think we will close this year in 25 days. And before leave from Yogyakarta, I think don't forget to drop your Singapore dollar, Kron Sweden, and Rupiah, Aceh Rupiah, Aceh West Java, Rupiah West Java, and so on, for buy very cheap thing in Yogyakarta. And yeah, I think in Yogyakarta we can find many beautiful places. Don't forget, go to Malioboro, only 20 minutes by Grab. Grab only 20,000 rupiah from here to Malioboro, and also we can find very cheap thing there. And also for your wife, for your son, for your daughter, and so on, and for your neighbor. Yeah. And yeah, not far from here you can find, I think this is not last day, so I think you should extend your staying in Yogyakarta. Yeah, today is, yeah, I think, yeah, till Sunday. And you will back to your city and with enough experience here, and you went to Prambanan, Borobudur, Malioboro, and swimming in Parangtritis, maybe, and many activity here. Okay, and on behalf of Yogyakarta State University, once again, we would like to thank for coming here, and we do hope that we do hope that you enjoy while staying in Yogyakarta. And please extend 1 2 days and go to the special places in Yogyakarta and fresh to back to your city. Okay, I think closing today, right? Okay, we'll say Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. This meeting today officially closed. Thank you so much for your attention, and have a nice day and have a nice journey in Malioboro and other beautiful places. Thank you so much.
The next closing remark is from the CEO and founder of Applied Higher Education from Singapore. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Mandy Mok.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll be really quick. I know you're rushing for a flight or something. Thank you so much for taking part in this inaugural AppliedHE exchange here in Yogyakarta, Indonesia. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the rector of UNY for hosting us, and special thanks to Dr. Senan Pak Adi and his team for all the hard work putting together this event. They really worked really hard last night as well. As we prepare to conclude, I hope you'll agree with me that the first AppliedHE Indonesia exchange was a very productive, educational, and enjoyable event. I hope you have gained much from the exchange of ideas with our speakers from Taiwan, Singapore, the Philippines, Germany, and Brunei. And I also hope we have succeeded in giving you a taste of what AppliedHE, the new kid on the block, has to offer. I believe our ratings offer tremendous value in the areas of marketing, global branding, institutional benchmarking, and stakeholder intelligence. As a marketing tool, the AppliedHE job ratings cover all of the important areas that matter most to students, the parents, and to employers. The AppliedHE brand is a perfect fit for institutions that are focused on teaching and learning, industry collaboration, and employability, in addition to research universities that aspires to do well in the rankings. Our AppliedHE membership is the first of its kind in this sector, and the community that we will build for you will help you kickstart your global branding and networking journey. Membership is renewable annually, but it is complimentary for 2020. And as an institutional benchmarking tool, our AppliedHE job ratings can provide insight into the KPIs that are most critical to institutional success. In terms of stakeholder intelligence, we offer unparalleled insight that can support your future decision-making and communications strategy. So I'm proud to say few products in the market today can match the quality and depth of the AppliedHE job rating system, and none of them are available in a single package, which includes building your brand globally and at such an extremely competitive price. It may sound immodest, but I truly believe that the AppliedHE job rating system is a global game changer. I think that as a higher education sector, we have to recognize that times are changing. We live in a world that has much greater technological complexity, that is much more globally integrated, and that is changing at a much faster pace. These changes are pushing skills-based, employment-focused higher education from the periphery into the spotlight. The countries that are able to educate their entire population to a high level and not just focusing on the top 1% or 10% are going to be the countries that will prosper in the 21st century. There will be countries, these will be the countries that have stable, inclusive, and democratic societies. These will be the countries that will be resilient enough to deal with the consequences of climate change and democratic shifts. Of course, skills-based, employment-focused higher education is not the solution to all global problems, but it is definitely a part of the solution. The AppliedHE job ratings and the membership are the most effective and competitive strategy ever created to help you raise performance, increase satisfaction of students, faculty, alumni, and employers. A way to boost your global marketing and branding efforts, a way to increase transparency and acquire the information needed for you to make better decisions. The Applied Job Ratings is the right way forward. I can understand that you may hesitate in trying something that is new and untested. But honestly, AppliedHE has more than 30 years of QS experience behind it, if I may include my founding team. If you were to speak with the KPMGs, the Deloittes, the Saatchi & Saatchis, or the Gallups of this world, these kinds of services will cost you an arm and a leg. Global marketing and branding campaigns, market intelligence, international benchmarking and consulting reports about the strengths and weaknesses of your institutions, all these activities and services are very costly and challenging for you to implement. But if you take part in our pilot program, you can access all of these services for only $10,000, and it is valid for 3 years, truly a very low fee if you compare it to the incredible value that we offer. So I do not think that this is an opportunity you should miss. AppliedHE is definitely the way to empower institutions like yours. I thank you very much for your support. Thank you.
All speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the Indonesia Exchange by Applied Higher Education presented by Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Before closing, allow me to announce that the seminar materials will be sent to your emails, and then the certificates can be collected at the registration desk on the first floor of this building. On behalf of the committee, I would like to express our sincerest gratitude for your participations in the seminar. We do apologize for any shortcomings and inconveniences during the seminar. Have a nice and safe trip back to your hometown. Goodbye. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have a photo sessions together. So we'd like to invite you to come to the stage, please.